Can you hear me? Pog. Let me know if the music is too loud, cause I have no idea, like if the levels are good or not. Like, is the music quiet or am I quiet?
Happy month after birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bucket, for resubscribing. Thank you, Blades, for resubscribing. Thank you, Soon J-Ba, for resubscribing, Pog. Thank you. Dreamy Pop, thank you for resubscribing.
Hey, release the Nyanners happy birthday too.
It's not my birthday anymore, but thank you. Thank you, Blitz Le Farus, for resubscribing. Omelette de fromage. Fromage. I guess you could say that tomorrow is a second birthday of sorts. Here, I'll just boost my mic a little. Like, is this better?
9 dab.
Like, is this more hearable?
Pog.
Hearable. My birthday was on June 14th, which was pretty much a month ago. I'm a month old. Thank you, Travelor, for resubscribing. Thank you, Daniel Wolf, for resubscribing. Nyampong. It's almost a year. That's a way to think about it. That makes me feel better. I don't have another birthday for another year, thank God. Thank you, James Q7, for resubscribing. Thank you, Gus Grimes, for resubscribing. And thank you, RC2360, for subscribing. Welcome to the Shub Club.
Can't believe it, already been 45 months.
I've been documented. Thank you. Documental. Thank you so much for adding me to the official VTuber list. I feel so... I'm not even kidding, I feel so legit now. Thank you, Electric Pickle, for resubscribing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited about the new avatar. I'm gonna talk about that a lot during this here stream. I'm in the League of Extraordinary Gamers.
Celebrating another one, a birthday bash. Nyan Avatar, it's your birthday today.
Cake and ice cream is on its way. And Nyan Avatar has been such a good girl this year. Open up the gifts while we all cheer. I love that song so much. Rats, rats, we are the rats, celebrating another birthday bash. Nyan Avatar, it's your birthday today. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? No, I don't think so, no. So I wanted to do this stream. It's like not really a stream, like a usual stream. It's more of a like me talking stream. It's basically audio only. Oh, is the music too quiet now? I turned it down really far. Or did you say that when it was in between songs? I can't tell. What is real? Yeah, it's like just chatting but with no cam or anything. Thank you. Thank you, the Nacho Emperor, for resubscribing and for lurking. Also, thank you, Space Cow 231 for resubscribing. Thank you, Optimus 27,000 for resubscribing. Thank you, Kawaii Def, for gifting a sub to Mr. Arims. And thank you, Yivery, for resubscribing. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Yivery. Thank you. Decron.
I'm so excited for your new model. Congratulations.
I am so excited that people are so excited. That makes me feel so good. It's like magnifying the excitement. It's making it big and large and huge. Thank you for resubscribing, Dickron. And thank you, ChrisPeace123, for resubscribing. So, I'm gonna put a pause on reading alerts and stuff for now.
So cute.
Because, well, after these next 4 are so good, I'm sorry. So I'm able to just like talk without much like interruption in between. But I will thank everyone at the end of the stream who resubscribes or anything during. It's okay. Don't worry. Thank you, maybe Brady, for resubscribing. I'm so glad you think the avatar is cute. It is so good. I'm so happy with it. And when I show it to everyone tomorrow, I hope everyone will be filled with hype. An explosion. Thank you, DigBig20, for resubscribing. Thank you, Shadow Warrior 1000 for resubscribing. Huge excite. And thank you. I have the hiccups, I'm sorry. I talked too fast and I sucked in too much air. Thank you, Soul Prina, for resubscribing. And thank you, Dirta Galafrada, for resubscribing. Okay, so here, I'll put on. Wait, that's the wrong screen. There. Yeah. So I don't even know where to start with this just talking about stuff stream. But yeah, here there's a little sneak preview of the of the avatar. I just have her head popping out. She isn't hatched yet. She has to gestate a little longer until she can burst forth tomorrow and reveal herself to you all. We have to all summon her. Thank you, K2 Cutie, for resubscribing. Okay. Okay. But yeah, look forward to tomorrow. It's going to be an actual stream. I'm going to show my new form, my final form, my complete physical form that I have inherited with dark energy. Look forward to it. Umbasa. We have to do like a summoning ritual to make the form animate. Like we all have to raise our energy together and do a ritual. She needs more blood before she can come alive. Yeah, you all have to pretend you're a cat and use the litter box and walk around on all fours and lick yourselves. You have to believe, yes. If you believe in her, she will manifest. You need to go stand in front of the mirror and say her name 3 times. She will reveal herself before you. You already shit in a box under the stairs? That's great! I'm so glad that you do that. I love that for you. We should all do that. 2020, make it happen. I guess before I get to the actual fun stuff to talk about, I should get the not fun stuff out of the way. First of all, my freaking refrigerator broke. Like actually broke. I didn't do anything to it before you ask. or say anything. It just broke. Cause I think the people who had it in the previous owners of this apartment must have done something to it. Like maybe they fiddled with the thermostat a little too much, which you're not supposed to do. And I think it needs a part replacement. And I waited all day long for the maintenance guy to come, cause I called in a request to have them come fix it like yesterday. And they never came, and I don't know if they're gonna come tomorrow or what, and I hope they come early tomorrow, cause if they don't, and I'm like worried about like whether or not they're gonna come in the middle of my stream or not, that's a problem. So I sure hope that they come early tomorrow, at least like before 2 p.m. my time. It sucks. But yeah, it's been broken for a while. I just kind of like did like temporary fixes for it by like defrosting it and then hoping that it would stay good for at least a little while longer. But I couldn't call maintenance for a while because of the quarantine and stuff, and because I was sick and I was like, oh, I don't want them to think that I'll infect them. So I had to wait, and then I finally called the maintenance guy, and they didn't come today. So they better come tomorrow. I swear to God. It's broken in the sense that it is not functioning in a way that would be good for food safety. Like, it runs, but it does not produce temperatures that are good for keeping food preserved well. Yeah. So like curdled milk situation. But yeah, when it rains it pours, I guess. Do I like butts? Only if they're really big. I can have the refrigerator mechanic be a guest on my stream and show him how I pretend to be an anime girl online. I'm sure that would be great. Oh, also, if you hear dogs barking or cars making car noises, I'm sorry. I have my window open so that it doesn't get 100 degrees in here. Thank you for your patience. I want the butt to be as big as an entire country.
Uh-oh, unlucky sub number. Love the new anime girl look.
Thank you. I guess before I begin in earnest, I should thank these last few people. Thank you, Sethi, for resubscribing. Thank you, Shard Darky, for resubscribing. 13 months is a lucky number, don't worry. Thank you, Zistrix, for resubscribing. 2 whole years. Thank you, Dang It Smee, for resubscribing. Thank you, Why Johan, for those bits. I shit in my drawer, does that count? Everyone's got a poop drawer. I think that's pretty normal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deanin, for resubscribing. Thank you, Mio94, for resubscribing.
Have a nyancast.
And thank you, the only Cookie Gamer, for resubscribing. And thank you, Blinks, GG, for resubscribing. The dog thanks you for resubscribing also. He says, woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Gotta have poop scissors, why? Why poop scissors? Why are you cutting the poop? Okay. From this point onward, I'm sorry if I don't like respond to any sub or anything alerts. I'm saving them for the end of the stream. I'll read them all out for you, so don't worry. I have a lot to talk about. I'm so sorry. So like I said, before I start talking about the fun stuff, I have to talk about the not fun stuff because I just wanted to update everybody and just like, I guess I didn't really like publicly talk about this. I like talked about it in my Discord server, but not. I don't think many people who are like frequenting the stream have seen that. So, um, no, no, no more poop scissors. Snip, snip. Yeah, so as it's like quite obvious to everyone, and I'm so sorry for this. I haven't streamed for like over 2 weeks, and basically I kind of had to take a pretty big break for my mental health. To put it lightly, I really don't want to be like a big like pity party bummer negative Nancy sounding person, but I don't know. I guess I should probably get better at just like openly talking about this and just like being a human. Cause like I'm a human, even though I am an an enemy on the screen. There is a human The dog barking is making me laugh. I'm sorry. There's a human spirit within. The spirit's within. It's not really forcing. I thought like maybe keeping this to myself too much wouldn't be very good. Like if I made it more known to people and just like, I guess also talking about these things is good for other people to hear, cause then like maybe someone is going through something similar and they can relate to this, so it'd probably make them feel better. But also I just guess like I'm really bad at talking about my personal life and personal problems. I try to keep that on the down low as much as possible because I hate sounding like a drama queen, but that's not right. Like, I feel like that was a pretty unhealthy attitude for me to have. So I'm gonna try to be more like open in general. Just this wind up is like holding a big diarrhea shit and you're just sitting on the toilet. It does feel like that. I'm sitting on the toilet, like grasping onto the toilet handles with dear life, just like it's yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna like open up about every single little detail of my psyche and and open up about absolutely everything, but I feel like when there's something that like causes me to have a break from streaming for like 2 weeks, maybe if I were to open up about that more, it would be easier to deal with in the future. Yeah, you need to collectively clean my butt. No. It's really hard to put into words. I'm way better at talking about these kinds of things in text, which is why initially I just put a vague post about this in my Discord and just like left it there, and people were really nice and supportive in response, and I was just like, thank you, and didn't really know what else to say. And I'm not used to just like talking from the heart in this way in front of so many strangers, so forgive me if I'm like It's okay if I'm like stumbling all over myself and not really explaining myself well. The poo-poo talk is okay, thank you. It makes me feel a little better because, like, I feel really awkward when I start opening up about something serious and everyone just feels awkward about it and like, oh no, this is a bummer. It's okay to keep it a little bit light. Uh-oh, Stinky. I'm not gonna cry. Here, I'm gonna drink some water. Ah. Poop therapy. Yeah. When I stream, I like... Or at least just like when I put stuff on the internet as an internet persona in general, I try to keep this like facade, also known as a facade for anyone who didn't know how to pronounce facade for like most of their lives. That was me, I didn't know how to pronounce that word. But I try to keep a front up for my own like mental health and safety. I play up a lot of parts of my personality, and I try to put up some kind of wall in between me and everything else for the sake of, like, you know, people on the internet, like it or not, they can be pretty harsh, whether they realize it or not, whether they're like doing it on purpose or not. So putting up that kind of wall can help to deflect that and have a nice separation between yourself, the human being, personage, living creature thing, and the image of yourself that everyone sees online and perceives you as like basically like a cartoon version of yourself. So when people are mean, I can just sort it in my brain in like little containers, like, no, they're not being mean to me, I shouldn't take it so personally, it's mean to this like version of myself that I project out to everywhere. And it helps for that, but it's also hard because it's like I don't like being completely... I like to have like a balance in between internet persona and real life persona. Like it's all intermingled. I can never just like be a complete 2D character online for everyone. I gotta like be real with people because that's just how I am. And I don't want to seem too distant from everyone. Yeah, like internet persona. It's a hard balance to achieve, and also I just... Some days it's hard to keep up the like happy, smiling image when the real life person is... I'm gonna drink some fucking water. I almost spit the water out all over my carpet. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I'm wondering if I should close my window and just endure the heat, because this dog is just going off. He's just like... He wants the world to know that he is a dog and he is barking, and that's great. I'm happy for you, dog. I'm gonna let you finish, but I gotta close this window because I don't want to annoy my poor stream viewers. buddy. You can probably still hear it, but it won't be as severe now. Okay, where was I? Anyway, on the last episode of Nyanners heartfelt confessions while holding back tears. It's hard to keep that balance, and on days where I'm just not feeling too great, it can be hard to keep up the always smiling, always like happy, nothing bothers me kind of image. And part of the reason why I try to be like always like taking things with a smile and not seeming like mad or upset outwardly, like maybe as like a joke, but like seeming like nothing really phases me in a real way, is I always feel like that would annoy people if I were to show any like semblance of like that thing that someone said actually like hurt my feelings and now I'm sad. Like I feel like that would, or at least I felt like that would just make things awkward. And just like seeming sad or just too sad in general, I always worry about showing that to people out of fear of just like bumming people out, because people come to streams in general, I feel like, to get their minds out of or off of things that are bothering them, or relax, or just like unwind after a tough day. Like for a lot of people, I think, at least from what people have told me, my content for them is like a good stress reliever, and that's really good. Like I love that I can do that. That's why I do this. It's why I started making videos in the first place, is because I just like making people laugh. And when I get comments that say stuff like, this helped me with my anxiety, or this helped me when I was having a really bad day, that made me feel better. Like that's really worth it to me. So I don't want to be like, I don't want to ruin that for people. And yeah, I've been trying to carry forth this image of I am happy, I'm smiling. Like if someone says something mean to me, I just like take it with a smile. Because if I were to get angry or tell the person off, that's inconvenient for people. And I don't want to inconvenience people. I don't want to annoy people. Like, I don't want my streams to stress people out. Because it just feels like in the past, whenever someone's been a jerk to me and I've called them out, I just feel really awkward afterwards. Like people witnessing that secondhand are like, wow, like she's such a bitch. Like she should have just ignored them, or like why is she yelling at them? That's so mean. Like I feel like I'm seen from from the outside as bullying people when I do that, and I don't want to be seen that way. Yeah, like when I see other streamers who like rightfully call out people who are like hassling them or being rude, it always gives me like, I personally think that it's okay for them to do that. Like, they should have that right to voice when they're angry or upset or when something hurt them. But the general vibe I get from, like, the people who follow people like that is that they think that they're just, like, combative, or they like drama, or like have thin skin or something like that. And I don't know, I just always had a fear of appearing that way. I'm really unfocused right now. I'm sorry. I should have wrote up like bullet points to to kind of focus my brain when talking about this stuff, because when I talk about stuff in general, I'm really scatterbrained. And talking about heavy stuff is even worse. It's like it's like a big weight on my brain. It's hard to stand up for yourself when, I don't know, it just feels like if I were to stand up for myself, that would make people perceive me more negatively than they already do. Like, I wish I could just be like a dominatrix and just like yell at everyone and like get my whip out. I'm sorry, I'm like creepily laugh crying right now. Ugh. How do I stop? Gosh, it's really annoying when you're trying to talk about something and your body is just like, no, you're going to cry. And crying makes talking harder. Just deal with it. Yeah, it's like when streaming and like making videos is your livelihood, it's even more stressful to maintain a good image, cause I like, I don't know, I guess this is obvious, but I want people to like me. Like, I don't want to be unlikable, but I just it's hard not to feel like I'm a really unlikable person, just desperately pretending to be likable. But yeah, I do worry a lot. I'm sorry, I really didn't want this to turn into like a a Twitch.tv therapy session, but it's hard. Talking is really hard. So another thing is like that is tied to just like this being my livelihood and having to maintain a good image is, I really find it hard to take breaks, even if I like know for sure like, okay, I definitely need to take a break for my own well-being. There's this voice inside my head that's like, no, you can't take a break. That's not productive enough. You can't do that. You just took a break like a month ago. And if you take a break now, you'll lose even more. Like, you'll lose and waste even more time taking a break when you could be working on stuff. And streaming regularly like you're supposed to be doing. And I don't want to seem like a lazy person or like I'm unreliable and can't even stick to a simple streaming schedule. And I had a really good thing going for a while. Like, I felt really proud of myself for how much I had been streaming. And I got my chronic illness under my heel, my spiky dominatrix heel, and I was making my chronic illness my bitch, basically, and I had a really good schedule going. I was streaming so regularly for such a long time, and then I just kind of fell apart. Like you're flying and suddenly you forget how to fly and just fall out of the sky completely and land into a crater and you can't get out of the crater. That's what it felt like. Yeah, I really didn't want to take a break, but all my close friends and like community that I talked to said that I should do it because I really wasn't in good enough condition to stream for you all and be entertaining and be soothing and be like in the type of headspace that is healthy for me. I'm sorry to use so many buzzwords. It's really hard to talk. But yeah. So, to sum it up, I need to like rewind time to like over 2 weeks ago. For the past few months, ever since this COVID stuff started, my life's been really stressful. And for a while, I had been managing it and kind of funneling my stress into my work. Like I was streaming a lot, doing a bunch of like projects and like recording for voiceover stuff a lot, and just going and going and going and turning the stress into energy to do stuff that made me feel productive and good and accomplished, and that worked for a while. But it kind of got to the point where I was running on empty and I didn't really know what to do. And I brought this up before. I'm sorry for bringing up another awkward and sad thing. Oh god, but for the past few years, my dad has had cancer. He beat it initially, but then it came back, and he's been doing chemo treatments. And for a while, like, that was really hard to accept, especially seeing that now, since I moved, I live across the country from my parents. Like, they're not just like a car ride away anymore. They're a whole like plane trip away. And after a while of living here, I was homesick, and I still am, obviously, but for a bit I got kind of used to it, and I like settled into this like, I'm away from my parents and I love them and I miss them, but it's going to be okay kind of feeling. Like, if something happens, I can just fly there. I can board my cats somewhere for a few weeks or so, it'll be fine. But then the COVID stuff happened, and not only was that like really put like a huge wrench into everything, but I'm like almost 100% sure that I caught it in like February through March. I was sick for a few weeks with it, and it really messed me up. But I was fortunate to have a mild enough case of it that I didn't require like emergency medical attention. I recovered after like 3 or 4 weeks, and my lungs still feel kind of weird from it. That's just like a normal side effect of it, I suppose. But it was possibly the worst flu that I've ever had in my whole life. It was scary. But there's still part of me that is wondering, like, what if I didn't actually have it? Because back when I had it, testing wasn't really widespread in my area. Like, they didn't really have a good system for it. They weren't really, like, accepting most people to be tested. I asked to get tested and I got turned away. I actually asked, like, 3 times because I was getting really concerned. It was, like, difficult to breathe, and I was running out of breath from doing really, really simple things like picking up my cat. And that was not very good. But thankfully I recovered from that. But still, I wonder, like, what if I didn't actually get it? What if that was just a really bad flu? Like, there's no way for me to know unless I go get blood drawn, I guess, and see if they can find antibodies in it. But they still don't even know if that's like a good way to see for certain that you've had it. Yeah, they're not as reliable as they should be. But yeah, I still worry, like, did I have it or did I not have it? I don't know, like, if I'm immune, how long does that immunity last? Like, do I have immunity? And if something were to happen to my dad, I don't know if I can just, like, get on a plane and go see him. Because he's extremely vulnerable as, like, someone is going through chemo treatments. And thankfully he's been working from home, and my mom's been really strict about where she goes and, like, wearing masks and stuff whenever she has to go out of the house. But I still, like, get so worried that that he could catch it. And I know it wouldn't be a death sentence for sure if he had it, but it certainly wouldn't be good in his current condition. And yeah, just cancer sucks so bad. I'm so sorry to anyone who can relate to any part of this, because it's just complete hell to go through. It's really difficult to deal with. But yeah, I just get really worried that if you were to get sick with it, what if I couldn't make it in time? What if I can't even go to see him because I don't know for sure if I could possibly, like, if he weren't infected already, what if I infected him without knowing? Yeah. I'm really glad that so many people are taking the quarantine measures and social distancing and stuff so seriously, because, you know, there's people like my dad out there that are in such a bad spot, and thank you for wearing masks and stuff. so sorry. Yeah, I really wish I could hug my dad and my mom, because my mom is so strong. She's been going through this for years and supporting my dad through all this scary stuff and helping him and dealing with all this stress. Don't worry, I definitely call them. I talk to my mom every day. And part of the reason I took a break was so I could focus on that a little more. Not just for my own health, but because I wanted to be more mentally present for my mom. I hate cancer so much. I'm so sorry to everyone who has been through it, or as a family member or friend that has been through it. So yeah, the awkward part, the reason this all kind of exploded, I guess, or just came to a head, it was just like this big ball of stress that was growing and growing in my head that kind of popped and exploded, gross stuff everywhere. like a anxiety is it, but on my last stream, it's like kind of funny, kind of not funny when I think about it now, but on my last stream, I was playing Kiwami 2 for the first time, and I got to this part where it was like a really difficult boss. Like the difficulty went up quite a bit, and it's probably because I was playing kind of absent-mindedly and not really like leveling up enough or paying attention for like a lot of the reasons I mentioned before, but I was just having a lot of trouble with this boss, and then like people were getting really impatient with me, and I felt really bad that I was like annoying people and making the stream not fun to watch because I was stuck on this stupid boss, and I kept dying to it and just like getting really frustrated, and like people were some people were saying some like not very nice things, and it kind of got to me. But then like I got a message from my mom during this, and I happened to see it, and it was like her saying something about how she's like concerned that my dad might have COVID, and that just kind of like broke me, I guess, during this stupid video game boss fight. And I I felt so awkward about it because I couldn't just like say in the moment like, oh, sorry guys, months and months of mental stress just built up and exploded, and now I have to go sob. I was just like, I have to turn off the stream, goodbye everyone, and I just ended it super abruptly. And I felt so embarrassed because like on the outside it seemed like I was just like getting mad because people were being rude and like crying over a video game boss and ending the stream because of that. And then like that in itself, like of course I would be upset if people would be rude to me. Like that's frustrating for anyone to deal with, but I still felt guilty for being upset, even if that was half of the story. And I don't know, I just felt really awkward about it. Um, yeah. I just always try to keep up like good vibes and be entertaining and be cool and be someone who's never like gets, you know, butt hurt about stuff that people say. But the way things are now, I can't. I'm like worn super thin. I can't really like deflect stuff as well as I could before. I don't want to be a buzzkill or seem like, you know, like no fun allowed. But even when people are joking, like jokingly being rude or like heckling me or heckling me in the chat, I it just mixes in with all the people who are heckling me for real. Cause it's like, even if it's a joke, it has the same like effect combined. Like if it's someone obviously joking, like I get it, but like it's just stuff like people calling me stupid or just like stuff like that. Like people calling me incompetent in some way or just like making fun of me for being kind of slow. I get really self-conscious about that, and I know I call myself dumb and stupid a lot. I'm trying to stop that and just like have more, you know, what a therapist would say, positive self-talk about myself, because that's step one to having a better outlook on yourself. But it's also like, it's a defense mechanism to call myself dumb, but it's also just like, I deal with things with humor a lot. I like to laugh about even like bad stuff that happened to me because that's how I deal with it. That's my coping mechanism. But I realize that for a lot of stuff, especially like really serious stuff, that's not cool to do in front of a large audience of people. Just within friends who understand that I'm not being flippant or taking serious things lightly, you know. I'm just like making jokes to process my own problems and traumas, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm really self-conscious about people thinking I'm really stupid or airheaded or just like making fun of me for not remembering to do stuff, that kind of stuff, because it's like something I deal with and struggle with is having a bad memory. Because I don't know if you've seen this like tweet. It gets made like every week. It's like a joke now to tweet like, did anyone else know that depression causes memory loss? The more you know. But it really does. It makes me super like bad at keeping track of things, and it's really annoying, and I make fun of it to myself as like a way to be like, haha, I'm so scatterbrained and ditzy, haha. But when people who like don't really know me well say it, it comes off more as like them like legit thinking I'm just like an airheaded bozo who can't do anything right. And I know that a lot of the times that's not what they mean. They're just like lightly poking fun at me and like trying to do like a friendly ribbing sort of deal. But there's people who do it for real too, so it all just kind of mixes together for me. And then another thing is, no one's like really commented on this. Like, surprisingly, I don't even know if people even notice. And like, chances are you don't, but like, I have a bit of a stutter that like I used to have sorted out, but when I get really anxious, it kind of resurfaces, and I get really frustrated when I'm like trying to voice some kind of thought or say a really simple word, and it's like my brain just does not let me say the word. It's really like it's like battling with your own brain. It's why, like, I feel like streaming for me is not just like mentally taxing for all the reasons I said before, or for just like the multitasking of playing a game, trying to be entertaining and keep the conversation going, responding to questions, reading alerts, stuff like that. Keeping all of that going and flowing, and, you know, being a streamer takes a lot of brain energy for me. And I envy people who can just do it so naturally, and they make it seem like it's second nature to them. I envy that a lot. I wish I had that superpower, but I have limited brain energy, so for me it's an uphill battle. But it takes even more energy when I'm like fighting this like anxiety response that I have, where it just like comes out of nowhere sometimes. My brain just shuts off, and suddenly I'm like, you know, when a program crashes and then the music or sounds that we're playing just go vroom vroom vroom. Just replay over and over. It's like that. I love streaming. Like, despite this, I love streaming. I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. I wouldn't, like, desperately try to make it work if I didn't love it. But it is a fact that it is hard. And I feel so guilty even saying that it's hard, because most people's, like, perception of streaming in general is like, oh, you get paid to play video games. How hard can that be? But I mean, maybe that's the case for people who just, like, can completely effortlessly do this. But I don't know how many people like that there even are, because even the people that seem like they're doing it effortlessly, maybe, like, behind the scenes, they're trying super hard and it's a lot of work for them, so I don't know. I don't think I was a natural born entertainer. I'm a really quiet person, and I don't know. It's probably, like, believable at this point. I don't know that I'm, like, super shy and I like to keep to myself. But, like, streaming on the internet and making silly videos and doing funny internet meme jokes is a good creative outlet for me. It's a good way that I have built up my confidence, and just putting myself out there has helped me a lot. But I'm still just like a shy girl that I've always been. And I don't know if, like, I don't know how to feel. Like, I should be okay with, like, the fact that I'm shy and that, like, I have trouble expressing myself and, like, being open. But I don't know, maybe I still need to work on it some more. I don't know. I'm just, like, overthinking everything. But just lately, I've been pretty down on myself, and it's been hard to stay positive and focus on the positive comments that people make, because even if there are less negative comments than positive, the negative ones are the ones that stick out the most. And I hate that it's like that. It makes me feel so bad. Like, whenever I feel bad about something negative someone said about me, I try to remember like something nice someone said, and I think about them and I'm like, gosh, it's like, it's so rude of me to be so hung up on something some like person who is probably just saying this just to make me upset. Something that they said when I could be focusing on the nice thing someone went out of their way to say that they were probably like, I don't know, worried about saying. Yeah. Thank you. I like the frog too. Yeah, it's just a fact of life, I guess. But there are ways to learn how to put the negativity in the back seat. Put it in like a little children's car seat and buckle it in, and when it starts yelling about wanting to go McDonald's, you just say, I'm going to pull this car over. If you don't shut up, we're not going to McDonald's. Fuck you. And then just drive away into the sunset with your life. Like, I need to carry that energy forward from now on. But I just still have this fear that if I, for any reason, like say, hey, can you not make like rude comments to me, that I'll seem like a big like stick in the mud, wet towel, bitchy, buzzkill, no fun allowed, hall monitor person. But then there's the other side of me, the other side that was like, if I don't talk about this stuff, if I don't open up about like, hey, this stuff makes me feel bad, if I don't communicate this, and the people that are just like doing this because they're like well-meaning and they just don't know, like they're not gonna know unless I tell them. So that's why I just like worked myself up to doing this stream today and talking about it. Because if I don't, then nothing's gonna change. Like, I can change myself and work towards that, and it's easier to do that if I'm more open about my feelings, but it's also easier to work in an environment where people are aware of those feelings. And yeah, it's just hard to shake the feeling of feeling guilty for having feelings and being human and having to take breaks, and how people perceive me when I get upset or when I take a break or when I let the facade down for a second and stop being like always smiling and fun. But yeah, it's really hard. I hope it passes. Having feelings is really tricky. That's another thing I wanted to say, is just like, when I can put on a front and just be a cartoon character for you all, like not like, you know what I mean, not a complete cartoon character. Like I'm not I'm not like completely artificial. I hope you all know that. I hope you all know that I'm like somewhat real with you all, and that it's all not just like a elaborate act. But when I act, like put on a streamer act, when I am in a mode, like it's still me. It's just a version of me that has been filtered into like what I think is suitable and what I'm comfortable with broadcasting to hundreds of people. Yeah, optimize. Like, I exaggerate a lot of, like, aspects of my personality for humor, to be funny. Like, I am pretty weird, though, but... Anyway, what I was saying is, when I do this, when I have this system of having a mode that I switch on when I stream, it just feels smoother that way. Like, it's... If someone says something rude, I can just, like, respond as the character, or just, like, not respond at all and pretend I didn't see it. I don't have eyes. I'm just a cartoon. I'm not into poo-poo pee-pee stuff. I get so worried sometimes that people think I have a... I'm sorry. That people think I have a pee fetish. And, like, I don't want to, like, yuck anybody's yum. Like, if any of you in this room think pee-pee is sexy, I'm not judging you. No judgments. Like, that's your deal. Like, whatever you do in your private life, that's you. Have fun with the pee-pee stuff. I'm sure that you love it, but I make a lot of jokes because it's just funny. Like, it's funny to talk about pee-pee. Like it or not, we're all so immature. Like, just admit it to yourself that you're immature. I know that you think pee-pee and farts and butts are funny. Admit it. This is an intervention. Pee-pee, you either love it or you hate it. That's my slogan. But yeah, I make a lot of jokes about it, but I worry, like, do people take me at face value here? Like, are there people who are like, oh yeah, that streamer Nyanners, the girl with the pee fetish? Like, is that what I'm known for? Should I put a disclaimer at the bottom of my stream that says, I don't actually like pee, but if you like pee, that's okay. I'm not judging you, but I don't have a pee fetish, okay? Same thing with feet. If you have a feet foot fetish, a fetish for feet foot, that's okay. No judgment, unless you're, like, weird about it. Unless you're the kind of person who will, like, go in the replies of a picture of a stranger that happens to have feet in it, and you say, like, oh, nice feet, I'm so horny over your feet right now. Like, that's just weird. Like, for any kind of fetish to do that to a person, don't do that. But yeah, if you like feet and you're normal about it, like, no judgments. It's feet. Like, I can appreciate a good foot. Like, I can see a foot, like, that looks nice and, like, oh, that's a nice foot. But I personally am not fixated on feet. I personally think feet in general are kind of weird. They're just stretched out hands. And they got toes. They got toes on them. I'm not a fan. I'm not a foot fan. If you're a foot fan, that's okay. Yeah, and sometimes they smell. Like, you don't have to have bad hygiene to have smelly feet. Sometimes it just happens. Like, you could shower in the morning, go out and go live your day. You come home, whoops, you got stink foot. And that's okay too. No judgments if you have stinky feet. I think that's fine. Everybody out there who has stinky feet, you're valid and I care about you. Yeah, even during the stream where I talk about extremely heavy, serious stuff and cry, we ended up talking about piss and feet. Every time. I'm beginning to think this stream is cursed. But yeah. Long story short, I took a like over 2 week long break from Twitch streaming to focus on my mental health and my family because my dad is sick and at risk for COVID, and I was really worried about that. And that was really weighing on me, and it was making it hard to keep up a nice, like, bubbly, happy version of myself for you all to be entertained by during my streams. I didn't want to bum anybody out, and I really just was not in the right state of mind to keep streaming. And I feel really nervous about streaming again, because like this always happens whenever I take an extended break. I don't want to say I forget how to stream. It's like my mind forgets how to be used to streaming. Like I get unused to streaming, unused, and starting the stream, I was seriously shaking, and it wasn't just because I was about to unload a bunch of incredibly personal stuff to a bunch of people that I barely know, but I was just like, oh god, I don't remember how to stream. What do I even do? Oh god, I don't want to talk. It's scary. Yeah, it's like coming back to school after a few weeks off. That's a apt comparison. Yeah. Yeah, I get all rusty. I need to be lubed up with, like, vegetable oil and flop around on my floor. Yeah, this isn't an official stream. This is just this is a half stream. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, I have a laminate floor in my bathroom and my kitchen. I could roll around on that. You know what would be really therapeutic? Like, unironically, just like actually going to the top of a mountain and yelling, "Big Chungus!" Just like taking on the like the mentality of like a 13-year-old boy who loves Minecraft and is just like so stoked about life and yelling "Big Chungus." It would be fun. I still want to go hiking and go to the top of a really big mountain and yell. That would feel so good. Can hear it echo across all of the land. Your voice will pierce the heavens. Yeah, I'm not talking shit about any 13-year-old boy that's like that, because like that's like such pure energy, you know? I get so mad when people like call people like that cringy or make fun of them, because like they're having so much fun. And you're gonna go doo-doo on them, you're gonna go make fun of them because you can't have that same kind of pure joy in your life. You bah humbug Scrooge bitch. Like, I used to be the kind of person who would like be like, ugh, kids are so cringy with their like DeviantArt OCs and stuff. But now that I've gotten older and older and more decrepit, I look back on that and I'm like, gosh, like everyone's like that when they're a kid. Don't make fun of that. Like, it's fine to like laugh at it in the way of like, oh, it's like it's funny that they're doing this, and just like have a hearty chuckle with them and just like remember when you were like that as a kid. But the kind of mean-spirited, just like people who go in the comments of videos like that to just like say awful things, it's just so, ugh. Why are you like this? This should be celebrated. Like, kids are they're just being kids. Like, weren't you a kid at some point too? Didn't you like play during recess and pretend you were a lion cub or whatever? You just came into being. So did I. You were a Pokemon? Yeah, I'm jealous of kids too. Like, being a kid and growing up is hard. Like, that is true facts. But they comparatively have less things to worry about, and they can just go completely bonkers wild with their imaginations and everything. Let's recapture that childlike wonder and talk about poo-poo and pee-pee. Yeah. In closing, that was my really awkward, heavy speech about my anxiety and depression. I'm sorry for laughing about that. I'm trying not to laugh about it. But thank you so much for listening and just like lending me your ears and your hearts. And just talking with me about it and understanding me, because I feel a lot better now that this is out there. People are like aware of my life situation, and we have more of a like understanding with each other as streamer and audience. Thank you for being so sweet. Thank you. Pee pee poo poo. Oh gosh, the too long didn't read version is I was talking about how I had to take a break from streaming because I was really stressed out and depressed and dealing with like family issues with my dad being sick and being at risk for COVID, and it all kind of exploded in my face. So I stopped streaming for like over 2 weeks. But now I'm back and I feel pretty alright about streaming now. I think the break was very good for me. It helped a lot, and being able to talk about it helped a lot too. So thank you for listening. Oh yeah, I also talked about how how do I even sum up what I just talked about? I really don't. I can't even remember most of what I said. I feel like I'm going to like forcibly erase this from my memory after the stream to forget that it even happened out of embarrassment. I'm just kidding, but talking about my personal issues to so many people is really hard. I'm not used to it. Oh god, I forgot the other thing I wanted to bring up. So, there's one more heavy thing I wanted to bring up. Just to get it out there. I need to just like purge myself. I hope you understand. But I want to be less closed off. I want to like have more of a like a realness. I want to bring more of a realness forward to you all. But it's difficult, and I hope you understand and don't like perceive me as being like an ice queen or like distant or fake in any way. Because that's another thing I get really self-conscious about. Because in the past, like a lot of people have told me, or I've heard secondhand, that people who have interacted with me just in passing or like directly, like on the Discord server, have this image of me being kind of aloof and just like cold and distant. Like I've legit had people call me an ice queen, and I really don't know what that came from. I feel like it's either from when I used to be more outward about like yelling at people who said something upsetting. And I admit, like, years ago, I was not very good at like calling people out in a chill way when they've said something upsetting. Like I used to be a little more aggressive. And I think that probably made people feel like wary of me, and I feel really bad about that. But since then, I've tried really hard to work on that. But also, I'm just like, for my own like mental health and just like, I don't want to say sanity because that sounds so harsh. I have to close myself off to some degree. Because I used to, when I first started out in the internet, in the wonderful internet world, I was super open about my life. Like, I talked to people about every little like traumatic thing that happened to me. I would just like add people indiscriminately and like talk with people directly, like so many people. Like I would answer every single possible message that I got because I felt like if I don't answer every single message, even if there's like so many of them that I can barely keep up, then that's ungrateful of me, or they'll think that I'm mean, they'll think that I'm ignoring them and I don't care, and I don't want to seem like I don't care because I do care a lot. And every time I get a message, I'm so like happy that there's some stranger out there in the world that is thinking of me enough and taking time out of their day to write me a message. Like, that's so wonderful that anyone would ever do that to me. As someone, just coming from someone who had barely any friends in high school. Like, I don't want to sound like, oh, woe is me, I was a friendless, lonely girl, but I had barely any friends in high school. I was really like shy. I was a super late bloomer. And then I started the YouTube thing when I was like 16, but it didn't really catch on until I was around 19, I would say 18 or 19. That's when I got discovered, I would say, and I kind of, I guess, minorly blew up and became a very, very, very minor internet personality that I am today. But going from someone who was super shy and didn't really have much social experience to all of a sudden there's this many people messaging me, this many people commenting, I didn't know how to handle it, like, at all. And I really, really wanted to show my gratitude to all these people. So I would just, like, every message in my inbox, I would respond as thoughtfully as I possibly could. And everyone who wanted to add me and talk to me directly, I would add them, talk to them directly. But it got to the point where there was like so many conversations going on at once, so many people. And this sounds so, like, I hate how this sounds. I hate how, like, ungrateful this sounds. Like, oh no, there were so many people messaging me and I was so popular. Oh, what do I do? But it's like, it's hard for anyone to keep up with, you know? Especially like me, who's really socially awkward, not good at like managing my time or anything. To have suddenly barely any social life to pop in social life, suddenly everyone like wants to talk to me. I'm like, what is this? Like, me? You want to talk to me? What? Like, I'm no one. How did I I trick you into thinking that I'm interesting? What is this? But yeah, it was a lot of conversations going on at once, and it was during a time where I was really like swamped with schoolwork, and a lot of people that I was talking to would get really angry with me for not responding quickly enough. And like from their point of view, I get it. Like it feels bad when you're talking to someone, I guess. Like I can like understand that. I personally don't really mind. Like I'm really patient. Like I could wait like days and days and weeks for a response from someone unless it was about something really, really urgent. Like help, I'm bleeding, can you call the ambulance kind of thing. But I can understand feeling that way, and I feel bad, but they would get really like angry and impatient with me and just like accuse me of ignoring them and say stuff like, oh, like, am I not good enough for you to talk to? Like, I guess she just hates me, I guess she doesn't care. And it made me feel really bad. And there was, aside from that, when you indiscriminately open yourself up and open up just like direct lines of communication to hundreds of people, essentially, you meet a lot of cool and nice people. Like, that's great, but you also unfortunately meet a lot of bad people that do bad things. And this started when I was like 16, this kind of stuff, and it kind of got worse and worse as the years went on. But I would have, God, I really don't want to get too heavy. Like, I just like cried and talked about something really depressing in front of everybody, and this feels like a episode of like Oprah or something. Yeah, like I was only one person, and I tried to keep telling myself that, but it was hard to feel like I wasn't doing enough, and like by not answering as many as I could, I was being ungrateful, or just, you know, I wanted to be grateful and like show that, because I really, really was, and I still am. Because when you go from someone who's really shy and feels just like has very low self-worth to suddenly all these people discover you and they say such like heartfelt nice things to you, like your work is really great, it makes me happy, that kind of stuff, it's just like mind-blowing for a depressed 16-year-old. Yeah, like you can't please everyone. That is true. Like that is the truest true that has ever been true, but to this day, like especially after all the stuff that I've talked about in the last few hours, like 1 hour. It's only been 1.5 hours. It felt like I've been talking about this for like 5 hours. That's how embarrassed I am. Anyway, I still struggle with the fact that I can't please everyone. I want to please everyone, but that's impossible. Like, I want to make everyone happy. I want to take the path of the least resistance. And whenever I upset someone or disappoint someone or let someone down, like that's almost agonizing for me. I really shouldn't put that much weight on it, and I'm still working on that, but it is definitely something that I struggle with for a lot of reasons. But yeah, when I was 16, I talked to a lot of like people that I really shouldn't have been talking to. And like, I guess here's a warning for just like anyone who would be uncomfortable with this kind of conversation topic. feel free to skedaddle, but like, for example, I'll just give you an example. This is like now the Nyanners trauma stream. I'm so sorry. But it's just like, this is something that people, especially in recent events, have been opening up about a lot. And I feel like it's really good that they're opening up about it, because it's good for people to be aware of it, and for people who, if they went through this at some point in their life and they feel like alone in that, to hear me say something like that, maybe that would make them feel better or feel less alone. But, when I was like 15 or 16, I was still in high school. And I was just starting out on YouTube. This is just like an example of like one of the many types of people that I encountered. But there was this person that I started messaging because I was in the habit of just like responding to every single message. I can't seem ungrateful. I have to respond to them all. But there was this person who started messaging me, and they were really nice at first. And they were like in their mid-20s. Why am I laughing? I'm sorry for laughing. I'm so sorry. But I don't want to get into the gruesome details, but essentially they wanted a relationship with me, but I was pretty firm in saying like I don't I don't want that. Like, I'm okay with talking to you as a friend. Like, that's cool with me, but like I don't think like that is a good idea. And their messages got like progressively more and more like I'm so sorry if this is like a super uncomfortable topic. I'm so sorry. Yeah, explicit in nature. And I tried to like steer it away from that, but I was still in this mindset. This really, really stupid mindset of like, if I upset this person, like that's one potential fan that I could have lost, and like they'll be disappointed in me. Like this person will be let down and will think I'm a bitch and will hate me forever. But like looking back on that now, I'm seeing myself as a 15, 16-year-old, and I'm like, why? That was a person who was like in their mid-20s talking to someone who is still in high school about like things you really shouldn't be talking to a high schooler about when you're in your mid-20s. And long story short, I had to turn them down because I was just like not comfortable with like having a relationship with them that they wanted to have with me. And why am I crying? I still remember just like talking to this person. They were one of the people that would get really upset if I didn't respond quickly enough. So I would be like sitting at the table at lunch alone, frantically typing to them on my phone to respond in time because I was so anxious about them like being mad at me for not responding quickly enough. which is pretty fucked up. But long story short, I turned him down, and he sent me this really, really long message that I still remember parts of, like, to this day. And it was basically just like, you're a horrible person, like, you led me on. I hope you die alone. I hope you I hope you get cancer, die alone. I hope, like, a bunch of awful, horrible things happen to you that I won't say on this stream because it's really not great to say out loud. Just, like, really, really, like, viscerally, deeply hurtful stuff. Especially for a 16-year-old to hear. But yeah. I really should have been talking to my parents about that kind of stuff. You know, because I think, like, if I told them, hey, there's this, like, 26-year-old guy messaging me in my YouTube inbox and, like, trying to have a sexual relationship with me, if I told my parents that, or if I just, like, told someone, like, at the school, like, if I talked to a school counselor about that, I'm, like, 100% sure they would have said, stop talking to them. That's really gross that they're talking to you like that. And I would have been better off. So yeah. I guess my biggest message for, like, anybody to take away from me talking about this is, if you are a young or underage person online and there's someone much older like that who is talking to you and, you know, essentially grooming you, it can be hard to tell that what is happening is grooming and that what is happening is not right. Because when you're that young, it's hard to put things into that kind of perspective, especially when you don't really, like, when you are someone who is like me, who is just, like, desperate for any kind of human connection or any kind of just, like, validation about how you are as a person. Just, like, if you feel like that and someone comes up to you and just, like, starts telling you about how cute and great you are, like, that feels really good, and that can really, like, cloud your judgment when you're talking to what is essentially a predator. So if there's anyone, like, who is like me, I really hope that me being open about that sorry. I hope that if you, I really hope that there isn't anyone here that has been through that or is going through that. If you are, I hope me opening up about that is helpful to you. 'Cause it's been really hard to like keep that to myself. Like I felt really bad because I feel like it's my responsibility as someone who's an adult now, as someone who has like a moderate following. I have a lot of people who look up to me, and a lot of people who are looking up to me are like girls who are like around the age I was when that was happening to me. And I've unfortunately, like through my work, through like being an internet personality, I've come across and met a lot of girls who have been through that, and in similar ways that I was, because they were also like in my internet sphere, like, you know, of like anime voice people on YouTube. And it just kills me that they went through that, and that there could be more going through that. But if me opening up about it helps someone to realize that they're in a bad situation and get help, or if my words could help them, I hope I can do that. Like it's my responsibility to do that. And unfortunately, like, as much as I hate to say it, that wasn't the only incident of that kind of stuff happening to me. Like, back as far as I was like 10 years old, that kind of stuff has happened to me. Not just online, but in real life too. And it's something that can really affect just like how you see yourself, how you see other people. I'm still so cautious around other people. And it's not just because of that, but also like it's like the kinds of stuff that people do when they're trying to mess with someone online that they don't like can really stick with you for a long time. So that's part of it too, but it's also just like it's this big tangled web of me encountering people that I wish that I didn't encounter, and them leaving a lasting scar on me. So that's mostly why it's hard to open up, because I'm just terrified of not just like disappointing people or like people getting mad at me for not responding, but also like if I were to like even something as simple as just like open up my DMs on Discord, as stupid as that sounds, and like respond to them all, like what if there's someone who is bad, I guess. Oh, don't worry about me on that front, because I've definitely been to therapy about this, and I've talked about it a lot, and that definitely helped me process it a lot. But it's like it's the kind of thing where even if you work through it a lot, even if you accept it and process it in a healthy way after the fact, it's just this lasting thing that just becomes almost inseparable from your just inner workings of being a person. Yeah, it's like it is I don't know if you can ever get over it. I'm sorry, I just made a really disgusting noise with my mouth. Because there's a bunch of spit in my mouth. Yeah. I'm gonna be incredibly embarrassed about this afterwards. I think I'm kind of like I don't know, it's like when you're really hungry and you just like stuff yourself with food and then afterwards you're like, oh god, I can't believe I ate that whole thing. It's like that, but with opening up about personal trauma in front of 600 people. I emotional hangover. Yeah, I shouldn't be embarrassed. Like, it should be a thing that people can be open about and not feel shame, but the shame is just like still embedded in me like a bunch of burrs. It's hard to get out. I don't want to get into it too much also, but God, I really can't stop bringing up horrible, depressing stuff. Another part of why I'm just so closed off. It's so hard to open up about personal stuff to the internet is I was kind of like, I don't know the exact word for this that doesn't make it sound like a flippant thing. Basically, from when I was like 17 till like 20, I was the target of this group of people that harasses people online. Like the kind of people who are like, oh, let's, I don't know, leak this person's home address and phone number to the internet for the lols. And basically I was their target because they thought I was cringy and yeah. But that happened. I had my address, which was also my parents' address, because like as a 17-year-old I lived with my parents, leaked to the internet and posted all over 4chan. And my mom's phone and my phone number were leaked. They would call my mom and like leave horrible voicemails. They would call me at like all hours of the day. My phone would be ringing at like 4 a.m. and waking me up. And I would have so many voicemails. And one time I like regretfully listened to one. It was just like someone, as you would think, saying a bunch of awful things. Which sucked to hear. But, yeah. To this day, I still get really unsettled when I hear the phone ring. Or when my phone vibrates or it's a text message or anything because of that. And that's just another thing that I'm like, am I ever gonna get over this? It's been like, gosh, it's been so many years and I still get anxiety when I hear my phone ring. And another like shitty thing about that is some girl, when I changed my number after getting so much harassment from it, years later some girl got my old number And I don't even know why they put the number back into circulation. Like, you'd think that they would be like, okay, this number, it gets called by tons of internet strangers saying horrible things all the time. But yeah, I got a message on Facebook one day from some girl who was like, hey, people keep calling my number and asking for you. What is the deal with this? Because, like, people will call and, like, say my full name. Because it's, like, it's a confirmation thing for them to be like, oh, yeah, we got her. But it's also, like, a power thing. I remember at the height of this harassment, people would try to get under my skin by sending me messages using my full name. Like, haha, I know your full name. I know where you live. That kind of thing. Which is super fucked. But that was also why I was so uncomfortable using my name online for such a long time. Because I had it tangled up with people using my name to say horrible things and intimidate me with it. It just really sucks. And I feel bad for anyone who has had that happen to them because it's happened to a lot of people, unfortunately. Like, people, when they're just hell-bent on messing with someone and basically bullying them, they can go to horrible lengths to hurt someone. And I don't want to... Like, I went this far, so I might as well say this too, and I won't get into it too much, but when I was 17, before this, like, really kicked into gear, like, the full-on harassment stuff, I had a blog that I would post on about just, like, personal stuff, and I made a post about how I was depressed about my sister who passed away when I was a child. And these people found the blog post and essentially just, like, made fun of it. Like, it sounds so comically evil. Like, it sounds like something that would happen in a cartoon or something. Like, why would someone make fun of the fact that someone is sad about, like, their deceased family member? Like, what the hell is wrong with your brain? What happens in your life? What road do you go down where that's the kind of thing you do? It's just unfathomable to me. But yeah, they stalked my blog and they found this post where I was sad about my sister, and it was a really personal, deeply personal post about it and how I dealt with the loss. And they added this into their, like, harassment arsenal. Like, it just became more ammo for them to target me with. And I remember, like, this sounds so unbelievable with how just, like, cartoonishly evil it is, but they would send me messages saying, like, haha, dead sister, haha, your sister is dead, oh, you're the dead sister girl, it was your fault, ha ha ha, like, that kind of stuff. Like that. And I feel like nowadays it doesn't seem like this kind of thing happens anymore, which is great. And if it does, that's really fucking shitty, but it just seems like this is less of a normal thing online. But back then, in this, like, sphere of the internet, I suppose, when you find something like that about a person that you don't like, it's just like the ultimate ammo to internet troll types of people. Cause it's just like, the ultimate way to hurt someone is to take something that they're really, really, like something that they shared in a moment of vulnerability that is really deeply personal to them, and just take that and twist it as a weapon against them. I really don't understand, like, the exact reasoning behind it, but that's just like how people like that operate. It's just part of that kind of culture, which isn't really the best word for it, but even people like who were caught up in that kind of stuff, like even as someone who was a victim of it for years, like I feel like even some of the people involved in that, like I feel like they must have just got caught up in doing that because that was their group of friends, and they just like got led into this feeling of like this is normal to do and like it's fine. Like they justified it to themselves in some way, or like they thought like if I do this, this means that I am cool and I am part of the group. Yeah, mob mentality kind of thing. But I hope the people involved in that, like, if they were in that kind of situation, I hope that they were able to get out of that and find groups of friends that were not mean-spirited stalker people and, like, have a more, like, fulfilling life where they don't feel like they need to mercilessly bully a 17-year-old girl online. That's like the only thing I can hope for, because I can understand like being in that kind of position, because I've never done that sort of thing. But I did used to be like a pretty edgy person. Like I had really edgy humor as a teen, as like a way to cope with things that had happened in my life, but also because of like I hung around with people like that, and it was just like a normal way to be, to joke about edgy stuff. And I was like really caustic, and is that how you say that word, caustic? Yeah, I've never even like sent like a hateful message to someone unless it was like someone I knew personally who like had hurt me in some way. But even then I felt bad about doing that. Yeah, caustic, Costco. Home to pot. Yeah, I used to be a very edgy teen. I was an edgy little, like, horrible little child. And I'm glad that I was able to find a group of people that just, like, slapped me out of it, I suppose. Like, hit me on the nose with a newspaper like I was a dog peeing on the floor. Disclaimer, don't do that to your dog if they pee on the floor. That's not a good way to treat your dog. Please don't hit your dog with a newspaper or with anything. That's just mean and like cruel, and it makes the dog fear you. Sorry, I feel like I have to give footnotes to like every single thing that I say. That's another thing that I get so anxious about when I'm streaming, when I'm like, I don't know if this is a me thing or if this is just like a common thing, but when I'm streaming and like talking about stuff, I feel like I have to put like footnotes I just said foot again. Footnotes on everything I say and like little like asterisks to clarify anything I said, because it feels like people misinterpret things that I say, or like, I don't know. I get really anxious about that. And it's really exhausting. Because that's part of why it takes me so long to say something that could take like a minute to say, but it ends up taking 10 minutes, is I'm always just like over-explaining. Just like anxiously over-explaining to make sure that my thoughts get out there. Oh no, there's... there's bots in the chat. This is the worst day ever. I'm just kidding. Thank you for crisis averted. Sorry about that, folks. I saw the chat going by super fast for a second and I was like, oh no, what? Yeah, it's like nyansplaining. I'm going to copyright that term. I'm sorry, I'm so hot. Ow, my freaking knee. I think I'm gonna open up my window again because I think the dog stopped barking. I just hit my knee on the desk. I'm okay. I was trying to like, I'm wearing long pajama pants because they're the only kind of pajama pants that I have, and I was just trying to pull it up over my knee, and then my knee went up and it went poof against the desk, and yeah. Oh god! The breeze of cold air feels so good. Ugh. Yeah, it's nyansplaining. Nyansplaining. And now that the window has been opened, that dog is gonna start barking again. I can feel it. Woof woof. It's not weird that you found me on like a Chan board. Like as much as I am have very not good feelings about the people who harassed me and like constantly did things like make up weird rumors about me and make like weird threads where they discussed me constantly, which is like really like, what is there to discuss? Like, come on. What is there to discuss about like a 17, 18-year-old girl who makes like fart anime videos? People would always like yell at me and be like, stop posting your videos on 4chan, when I've never ever done that except for one time with a channel that wasn't even my like actual channel. This was when I was like 15. I made this series called Large Bagel, and it was like a joke manga thing, and I made like an anime version of it, and I thought it would be really funny to post it on A. Like, this wasn't even my channel. This was like a completely different channel that I made to troll people on A and make them mad about some like fan-made anime about a girl who is a bagel. So I posted it on A and I was like, hey, get a load of this, guys. But like, nobody responded to it. But I think it like ended up like being found somewhere else, and that was the only video I've ever posted on 4chan of like something that I have made. I made Large Bagel. Ask me anything. God. I met a lot of cool people when I made the like anime version of it. I got like animators on board and like voice actors from Newgrounds. And we all worked on it together and they were all super nice. The person who did the voice of the bagel girl, his name at the time was Captain Comedy. I'm not sure if he still goes by this online, but he's a super good voice actor. He could do a really, really good Johnny Young Bosch impression. And he made like lots of funny videos on his YouTube. He was a really cool and nice guy. Very cool and very nice. What was the deal with me and bagels back then? Well, long story short, everything is a long story with me. A nyan story. I don't know, I really liked them. My mom would always make me bagel sandwiches for lunch. For school. And I would make like a toasted bagel with like a little slice of meat on it. It was delicious. I just think they're neat. Also, they're funny. They're like up there in the list of funny foods. Like top 10 funny foods. Number 1, bacon. Number 2, egg. Number 3, toast. Number 4, banana. Number 5, bagel. What's another funny food? Cheese. Cheese is funny. Cheese has funny potential. Epic narwhal bacon. Yeah, waffles. Waffles are definitely up there. I would say waffles are towards the top of like funny, so random food. Beans. Yeah, beans. Imitation crab flakes. Chicken nuggies. Bees sugar. Orange. Isn't orange funny? I guess it is sort of funny because there's the annoying orange. The annoying orange. No. The annoying God damn it. Please let me say this sentence. I'm begging you, brain. The annoying orange was the world's first VTuber. Apple, cucumber. Foster, why are you spamming the chat? I'm sorry. Oh god. The only fan I have in here is my really, really loud one that makes like a wind tunnel. And do I turn it on and make you all suffer? Yeah, it's my only fan. It's in my room. Here, hold on, I'll do a little demo for you. Tell me if this is like too loud or like the air current hurts your ears. I have to put my headphones. Ah! Jesus Christ. Is that loud? It's like super. Oh god, it's hitting the microphone. I'm in a fucking wind tunnel. Ah! Maybe if I put it away from my mic a little. Can you hear it? It's pretty loud. No, it's not even hitting me. Unless if I lean back, the breeze hits me. Do you want me to do an alien voice into the fan? Hold on, I'll have to turn up my mic so you can hear it better. Hello. I'm an alien. Yeah, welcome to my stream. That was my cat. I think she heard me going, rap into the fan. Coca-Cola. ALMAO. A seal noise? Hold on. Sounds nice. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to finish my thought before I started talking about large bagel and funny foods. But I was saying that even though like the people from that site who were really really mean to me, I do realize that not everyone from there is a horrible person. Like I know, cause like I browsed 4chan obviously for a large chunk of my life, and I think like a lot of people on there are like fine, like yeah, and a lot of people who are in here probably used to also. Solidarity. I don't think there's anything like inherently bad about like anonymous image boards, but I think like they can be breeding places for not so good attitudes towards like everything, like every possible thing. I think like in a lot of like the worst cases they can be really unhealthy for a person to be reading and like interfacing with. And I'm not saying like everyone from 4chan is a horrible person or anything. Like the last time I spoke up about this years ago, people took me saying like I received harassment from 4chan as me like becoming an evil witch that's trying to take down 4chan. The hacker trying to buy a dog and get curtains. Yeah, I think it's in the best case, it's like a place where like funny stuff happens. Like there's like funny memes that came out of 4chan. Like there still are like some funny jokes that come from there, but in the worst case, it's like a poisonous thing that leeches onto people and is really not good for their mental state or just like how they view the world or other people, and that's not so good. Yeah, like I hate to sound like a person that's like, back in my day, things used to be a lot better, cause like maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like as bad as it was that I browsed 4chan as a like legit child, I feel like things didn't used to be as you know, way back in its infancy as a site. Cause if you look at, I don't know, like it's weird cause when you look at like Wayback Machine pages or like the archive of from like 2004 or 2005, you see people talking on there with like anime emotes and stuff and like being nice to each other most of the time, and it's like, what happened to that? But I think it's just people adopt this like the way they interact with the world and other humans, that like it's so hard to express myself right now. My brain is shutting down. Where showing, I talked about this earlier on Discord, where it's like showing any kind of vulnerability or showing that like things upset you, or just like being a normal human with normal emotions is a sign of weakness, or it's cringe, or just like other bad words that people would use to describe that. which is not a good way to see things. So that leads people to the way they interact with each other becomes just like insulting each other, and which starts out as like, oh, it's just funny banter, but when it's just like your main way of interacting with people and you can't just like open up or, you know, show any kind of care towards a person, that's hard to shake off. That becomes a really bad habit. Yeah, Epic Fail Guy was one of my favorites. I still laugh about Epic Fail Guy. Another thing I wanted to say is like every site is bad. I think every site, save from like, I don't know, Club Penguin or something, has really horrible aspects to it. Like especially fucking Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit. Cause that's just what happens when a lot of people gather and like have like some form of anonymity. The evilness of human hearts escapes like a virus, and it starts multiplying, and soon everyone's just My main takeaway from this that I want to just like deliver to you all in a little package with a bow is I think we should all be nicer to each other, especially in light of like recent stuff that's happened on Twitch and stuff. Just all over the internet and in the world, in the meat space. I think we need to be nicer to each other. And as like simple and silly as that sounds, it's easier to take on things with an attitude of like, I don't know, being nice is harder. Like it's harder to try to understand things from another person's perspective. Hasn't it? Yeah, isn't like meat space a common term for that? A common joke term, I mean. I know for like humanity it's too big of a task. I just mean like on a small scale. Cause when people on a small scale start being nicer, I feel like it's a kind of thing that just like blooms and like goes outward in waves and affects other small parts of the world. Just like being small change can like make a ripple effect of some kind, is what I'm saying. Yeah, like herd immunity. That's very apt and topical, unfortunately. Comparison. We have to bloom. We have to water each other and bloom. And the water is like niceness and understanding. And don't fertilize each other though. If you fertilize me, you'll have to take responsibility. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Blend. It all comes down to pee pee poo poo. It all keeps poo-pooing down, poo-pooing down, poo-pooing down. Yeah, fertilize each other's eggs. You know, like, I don't know if this was a cartoon thing or what, because I never did this in school, but did anyone in school have to take care of an egg with a partner for like a week? And like act like it's a baby? You did? Like that is a thing? It seems like it's a thing, but it's not a common thing. It seems more common in fictional media. Or like, yeah, a sack of flour too. The flour baby. We have to all treat each other like we're either a little egg or a sack of flour, and we have to nurture those things. We all have to be each other's mommies, is what I'm saying. I did something with an egg. In 8th grade, we did the egg drop experiment. I was just reminded of this like a few days ago, and I was like, whoa, brain blast, I forgot all about that. But 8th grade, we did the egg drop, and it's where you have to conceive of some kind of device or like thing to put an egg in so that when you drop it from a very high height, and in our case it was from like the top of a really like deep stairwell, a really tall stairwell, so that it doesn't break when it drops. And I was the only one in my class who got an A, and I was so proud of myself. I'm still proud of it. I still think of that to this day, and I'm like, wow. Wow! I didn't break my egg. I did a good job. I'm patting myself on the back for that. Sorry, I have to move my fan again because it keeps hitting my mic. Shit. I just put my egg in a little box with like some styrofoam, and I think I put a bunch of rubber bands around it to make it more snug somehow. I wish I would have taken a picture of it at the time. It was a very like MacGyver sort of thing. But school in some ways like does not matter at all. Like I've said before, school is like part of the tutorial selection of life. Tutorial section. And they tell you like you better do this and do that because like this is gonna have a thing on your permanent record, but it ends up not mattering very much at all. But stuff that does matter in school is like little victories like that where you feel really accomplished and proud. That kind of stuff sticks with you. But also so does the like horribly embarrassing and epic fail guy moments. I didn't shit my pants today. I do feel better. I feel lighter. Although my face does hurt a lot from crying. That always happens to me. I'm all stuffed up now because I cried. Why am I like this? Gamer girl mop water? I did. I took an emotional dump and I feel really embarrassed about it. I've never had a pooping dream like that, but I have had a dream where I'm wetting the bed. And I wake up and I'm like, oh shit, did I actually wet the bed? Sorry, I keep hitting my chair. I really have to lube up this chair because it's so creaky. I was recording a ton of lines. Oh, I have a role in a like mobile visual novel, like a mobile game visual novel that I got recently. I can't tell too many details about it because it's one of those like I'm not sure if I can talk about it or not kind of things. But I had like 150 lines to record, and I knocked them all out in 2 days of recording sessions, so I'm so proud of that. But while I was recording, I was getting so annoyed because I would just move very slightly and my chair would be like Raid Shadow Legends? Is that a visual novel? I don't actually know what Raid Shadow Legends is like as a game. It was like, It's a visual novel that they said was originally in Japanese, but I'm not sure if it had Japanese voice acting to begin with. That wasn't clear. But I have seen, like, pictures of my character and, like, some of the other assets and stuff. I don't know. I don't think I'm allowed to share any of that, though. So, I'm just zipping up my lips. Bzz. Oh, and another... I was in another visual novel. I don't know why I said was in. Like, I am currently in. But I got a role in another visual novel by the people who made Chemically Bonded. It's called Thawing Feelings. And the reveal trailer went up with, like, the Kickstarter... what's it called? Kickstarter plan? Kickstarter... something... Kickstarter something? Campaign! Kickstarter campaign, thank you. That went live a couple of days ago, and I'm excited about that. I voiced a character named Ayami, and she's really cute. And she has, like, a deeper voice. It was an awkward role for me to get used to, because I haven't voiced, like, a deeper voice character in a while. It was sort of out of my comfort zone. It's so hard whenever I do deeper voices like that. I feel so self-conscious, like, oh god, I sound like a... I don't even know. I sound like a bog creature. Oh, and I just saw the Kickstarter is over 50% funded already, which is exciting. It's gonna... Another thing... Oh god, this is embarrassing. There's not gonna be, like... Oh, how do I say this? It's an adult visual novel. And I've never been in an adult visual novel before. But it's not like a... There's nothing wrong with porn games. Like, a lot of voice actors are in porn games and hentai and, you know. But it's not exactly a porn game, but it has, like, 18+ romance scenes in it. So, I get to voice a character in a adult visual novel, which is uncharted territory for me, but it is a challenge. Yeah, it's got underwear in it, and kissing, and hand-holding. Oh my god! No! No peeing! Yeah, the most exciting thing about this is it's the first visual novel where I get to voice a main character, like a main girl. I am a romanceable girl. Why didn't I say that first? Yeah, I'm a romance option. Can you believe that? I've never been a romance option before. I feel so like yes about that. Like, it makes me so is it weird? Like, is that weird to be excited about that? Here, I'll show you a picture of her. This is like showing you a picture of, like, my daughter or something. The cover art for this is so good. Here, I'll just, like, show you the Kickstarter. Here's a link to the Kickstarter if you want to read more about it. But let me just pull up the cover art and show you all, cause it's really nice and really cute. I think you'll like it a lot. The artist who did the art for the game is super talented. They have a Twitter. Here, let me like link their Twitter too. What am I doing? I gotta look them up real quick. But here's the artist. Warning to anyone who clicks on this, they have some not safe for work art on there. But yeah. Very good anime art. Very nice big boob anime ladies. Yeah. Oh, and the Kickstarter also has a couple not safe for work things on it. But, here's the cover art, and the character I voice is on the right. I had to remember which was left and which was right again. That's an embarrassing fact about me. And no, you're not allowed to make fun of me for this. I will yell at you. But sometimes, to remember which direction is left, I have to hold my hand out and make an L with the left hand. Yeah, I'm the girl with the dark purple hair and the blue eyes and the little bows. She's so cute. I love her little ponytails. And the girl on the right is voiced by Amber Brie, I think is how you say her last name. I really hope I didn't mispronounce her last name. If I did, I'm so sorry. Who's also a very talented voice actress. She's super cute too. The character, not the voice actress. I'm sure the voice actress is also cute, but I didn't want to seem creepy by saying that. Anyway. The girl that I voice is like a easygoing, kind of like a slacker kind of girl. Very down to earth and like kind of a mommy. She's got mommy vibes. I'd say she has a little bit of tomboy energy. Just a little dab, a little sprinkle. And there's like a line, like, I can share this because like he just put up a video with the voice sample. I think. I'm pretty sure. Here, let me remember. Let me search my brain. But to paraphrase, because I would feel bad if I just like leaked something that wasn't meant to be said. But to paraphrase, she's like she's the kind of girl who will skip class with you. And the other girl, the girl with the really pretty long blonde hair and the glasses, like super serious college student. She takes her studies seriously, but she's like really like kind of like bashful and shy. She likes cuttlefish, which is really cute. And she likes puns. Cuttlefish, yeah. Cuttlefish. She likes to cuddle fish. Oh, I can share lines. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that I could get cleared. I'm like, maybe I should just share the trailer. But I'm still super self-conscious of like playing my voice acting for everyone. I'll have to like take my headphones off. Okay, let me let me get the trailer. Kylo Ren? Why Kylo Ren? I got back on my train of thought. It has left the station. It's going choo choo. I got sidetracked because I ran. Because his muscular body. Oh god. Would it be bad for Twitch to show the the sprite art? Because there's like art of like the girl in her underwear, and I don't know if that's safe for Twitch. But it's so cute. No underwear, no underwear. God, this art is so good. The background artist is like amazingly good too. How are they this good? I was looking at their Twitter earlier out of curiosity, and they have so many like imaginative, super detailed backgrounds that they just draw like it's nothing. No underwear, no bra, no panties. Oh, I know. Yeah, you're not allowed to stream in your bra. Cut it out, Jerda. No more bra streaming. Bra. I'm so nervous about showing my voice acting. I'm so self-conscious. Why am I like this? No balls. No balls. Yeah, I guess if there's like one frame of like a girl whose underwear is incidentally showing, it's probably fine, right? It's probably fine. It was an accident. She fell. She's not showing it on purpose. She doesn't want you to look. Yeah, she fell. She fell. I'll just make the player really small. Here, the good Christian edition. Well, there will be an all ages of version, I think. For anyone who wants a Christian experience. Oh god. Oh god. Oh yeah, I'm gonna I have to take my headphones off for this because I'm still so bashful about hearing my own voice, especially if I'm like doing a voice. I hope you like it. I'm probably also gonna close my eyes. Will you still be able to get married after watching this? Probably not, but it's okay. None of us are going to get married. That sounded so mean. Why did I say that? Singles club. Okay, I'll play it. I hope it's not too loud. My headphones are off. I can't hear anything. 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 This trailer is so well done. It's beautiful. God, look at her. A beautiful girl. Wait, no, no audio, no! There's no audio! There's no audio! What? You were just hearing the fan noises through that whole time! I'm gonna turn off my fan. Only fan! Only fan! Okay, I need to fix this. What's going wrong with my audio? Oh no, the sirens, they're coming for me. I can hear it, like in my headphones. Don't look at my porn folders, please. Can you hear me now? Why is it not? Why is it not? Huh? Why is this happening to me? What have I done? Is my audio turned off on Streamlabs? It was working before with the music that I had open in other tabs. The overlay may be blocking audio. That might be it. But I don't know why that would be occurring. Muted tab. Still not going through. What the heck? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll voice it in real time. What the heck happened here? Let me... Oh, my audio just broke completely. What have I done? What? My music doesn't even come through anymore. That fix it? That didn't fix it. Oh no! What happened? Wait, there hasn't been music since 20 minutes into the stream? What? 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 I was listening to like 3 hours of gentle night rain and lo-fi hip-hop radio this whole time. What? No, you could hear me talking about emotional stuff and crying with no music in the background. You could hear all the disgusting spit in my mouth and everything. No! I'm deleting this. I'm deleting this. I'm deleting this. I'm gonna... Oh god, I wasn't looking at the chat because I was too busy trying really hard not to cry and say things. No, I'm so sorry. Oh god. So it was really just silence and me talking about depressing stuff for like 2 hours. Oh god! The awkward silence. I had the music as like a buffer to make it more easy to listen to. It was intimate. Okay. Big. I need to figure out what's wrong with my audio. What happened to you? You used to be so cool. You used to capture my desktop audio and be a real friend. Down next to monitor off. Why did it just break 20 minutes in? I didn't even do anything. I don't think it's the wrong device. It's been the same device that it's always been. Yeah, the music that's playing right now sounds like... Oh, is it because I turned off alerts? Wait. Why did that do it? Why did... I didn't know that turned off audio. What? Okay, well, now that that's sorted, you can hear the Nyanners lo-fi to study to. Okay, so the last 10 minutes did not happen. Hey everybody, do you want to see this really cool trailer for this game that I'm voicing a character in? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna take my headphones off. I hope you like it. I'm so self-conscious about this. I don't think I'll ever get used to hearing my voice coming through a screen at me. Especially if I'm voicing a character. Here we go. Alright. I hope my audio didn't break again for some reason. Okay. Get your PogChams ready. My headphones are off and I'm playing the video. Gosh, this trailer is really pretty. I'm just gonna redo all of the things that I said when I said this when the audio was muted. The music is so good and the trailer's so
How do I explain this? A girl's heart is fragile, you know?
I love her little star.
You're late again? Jeez.
You know, spending time with you, it's really fun. Watch where you're looking!
Love is complicated.
You weren't supposed to see that. Wait a minute. Why did they put that in the trailer?
No
that
matter how
wasn't.
sincere you try to be, people can only make judgments based on your actions.
Fly around the world in Minecraft, but every leg makes it faster. Whoa! Wait a minute. I can't believe they took a picture of her falling over with her butt showing, and they put it in the trailer. I can't believe it. Play the Minecraft. Every leg plus one the flight speed. What the? This is a live stream, not a video. So this is a stream within a stream. Hold on, I'll put the chilled out lo-fi back on. God, I had this on in the background the whole time. It was so comforting. Ugh. But yeah, I hope you liked my character. And her frilly panties. I'm so sorry. 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 She's a very cute character. I think if she were real, I would really want to be friends with her. Or possibly more. The other girl is also equally cute. The other girl is wife material. Yeah, excited for that. It was already over halfway funded, and that's so exciting. It's doing so well. Thank you, Foster. I'm glad you liked the part where you see your butt. It's a cute looking scene. I wonder what happens in that scene. Like, I'm trying to imagine like what led to her falling and accidentally showing her butt. Like, were they walking and did she slip on the ice? Were they ice skating? Did she try to do a skateboard trick and wiped out? Oh god, yeah, I gotta talk about the rest of the fun stuff. So, I don't know how many of you follow me on Twitter. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you definitely should. I have like a bot that drops my Twitter down into the chat like every 10 minutes, and it's really annoying. But it's important, because that's where I say where I'm like, when I'm going to stream and like what I'm going to stream for the day and stuff. Yeah, please follow me on Twitter. Twitter.com/nyanners. If you don't already. If you don't follow me I'm going to stare you down and intimidate you into following me. Also, that was just a joke. Please don't feel bad if you don't want to follow me or use Twitter in the first place. Twitter is a difficult environment. But yeah, I talked about this on Twitter, and I've been mentioning it in streams lately. But I finally had a proper like VTuber avatar made to use for streaming based on my pink hair cat girl mascot thing. Is it okay to make a command linking to the Kickstarter? Oh, sure! That would be really helpful, thank you. But yeah, for the past few years, I've been streaming with like 2D, like live 2D animated avatars instead of using a cam for the most part, because I'm just more comfortable that way. It feels, I don't know, it's more, I feel like there's more possibility for shenanigans when you're voicing a 2D character rather than being like a meaty human. So I've been using that because that's more of my comfort zone, and also it just feels fun. Yeah, it's like the end of an era, but it's the beginning of a new age. A new age. I started like a few months ago. I commissioned a group of live 2D specialist people called Iron Vertex. Iron Vertex. You can follow them on Twitter. Just look up Iron Vertex. They're on there. They also have a site if you're interested in any of their work. But they're really, really, really professional and good. I commissioned them, and through them I commissioned an artist who goes by Nia, and I have a link to their artist page in my about thingy under this stream. And their art is so cute, and I was so lucky to get them because they're like super busy, and I made it just in time. But yeah, I got in there, I commissioned them, and over the months I've been sent progress pictures, and in the last couple weeks I got a test rig of my avatar to play around with as like part of the final stages of the work. And I did some like very informal test streams on my Discord server with it to show it to people in there. And I've been playing around with it a lot to kind of get the hang of it, because it's a lot more involved than the other avatar that I was using. It has a lot more movement and a lot more like expression potential. It also comes with like animations that I can play when I hit like a hotkey, which is super, super cool. It's really cute. Like, I can't believe it's so cute, and it's so well done and so detailed. Like, they're really, really good at what they do, and I'm so thankful that I was able to commission them. I really can't thank them enough for what they did. I'm going to miss the mushroom girl that I had been streaming with for the past year. She will be respectfully laid to rest as like one of the vessels that I have possessed. She's going out to the pastures to live a free life and not have to be used by me anymore for streaming. She's gonna go out to the mushroom farm and be happy and like a wild horse. Thank you for your service, Shoko. You were great. Okay, I'm sorry, this is kind of a non sequitur, but it like goes back to what I was talking about hours ago that I forgot to say, that I was just reminded of right now for no particular reason. But when I was talking about like negativity and positivity, like that I receive from people, I wanted to say that when I'm feeling really down, or when I'm like finding myself getting too hung up on negative comments, I try to remember like positive things people have said and done. And oh god, I have a folder on my computer of like fan art that people have made for me over the years that I've saved. And there's a lot of really cute pictures in there that I like to look at. And I just think about like, oh my god, people like drew this for me while thinking of me. That's so great, and it makes me feel so like blessed. And the reason why I suddenly remember this is that I'm so sorry to like single you out. I hope this isn't embarrassing, but like Stalker Ocker in the chat, the like picture you drew like forever ago. Like, I hope like I have the right person and there isn't just like someone who happens to have the exact same username as you. But there's like this art that you drew like years ago that I have saved in there, and it makes me so happy. It's like one of my favorite pictures that anyone has ever like made of my silly cat girl character thing. So, do you mind if I show it? I don't want to like embarrass you or like put you on the spot or anything, but it's just such a cute art that made me super happy. Let me just find it. I have to scroll through a bunch. I should order this by date. Here it is. I have to like copy and paste it to my desktop so I can find it more easily. I'm pretty sure Stalker Ocker, like, correct me if I'm wrong, like you're a girl, right? Cause like people are saying like him and like guy and stuff. Yeah, you're a girl. Here, this is the art that she made. It's so cute and pretty. I love it so much. It's like me singing on a stage with like little pretty lights and like ribbons in the background. I love it so much. I just wanted to say thank you again for making this. It's so good. I'm just gonna like put it off to the side here. Next to the frog. Frog gang. Whoa, ow, I just hit my leg again. Wait. This is what you were drawing while watching the stream? Oh my god! Oh wait, she drew another really cute art today. Oh my god, your style is so cute. I want to shake you. That's so cute. Ah, thank you so much. That's so cute. That's like that's so cute. It makes me angry. Like I want to take an egg in my hand and like I hit my mic. I'm sorry. I want to crush an egg in my hand and let the yolk run freely through my fingers. I take a potato chip and eat it. It's so cute. Thank you for making such cute and inspiring art. It makes me super happy. It's a new era. so excited to show you all my avatar. It's gonna be really awkward at first because it'll be the first time streaming with it. And I'm like definitely not used to using it in streams yet. I've done a couple like really short, low effort test streams with it. But little by little I'll get used to it. It's a new form that I am possessing. I know it's cringe, but I came up with like lore for my VTuber character because I was like, I had this avatar made to be legit. I might as well go all the way, you know? Because like most VTubers have some kind of backstory. And here, let me read her backstory to you. And you all have to smile and nod at me. I have like a whole bio written up for her for like with like her likes and dislikes and her favorite food. Which are all basically things that I like. Cause let's face it, it's pretty much me but an anime character. Her favorite brand of canned fish. She likes the really fancy kind. Fancy feast. Okay, I'm going to read you my original character Do Not Steal, deepest lore. Yeah. Smile just like that. Yeah. Validate me. Oh, yeah. Okay, so her birthday is April 7th. And the story behind that is my YouTube channel was made on April 7th. I thought that was fitting. Her blood type is O. Because my type is O. And she's basically me. Her favorite foods are pirashki and green curry. Because I like those things. Also, like, everyone makes fun of me for liking green curry. It's been like a mini meme within like everyone I've been friends with for the last like 10 years of my life. My friends would always like make fun of me and be like, "Hi, my name is Nyanners. Today I ate green curry and I swam." Because like every day I would talk about how I went swimming. I wish I could go swimming. I miss swimming. And I eat green curry, like, gosh, like multiple times a month. I'm addicted. What even is green curry? It's a type of Thai curry. It's really refreshing and spicy. And it's green. It's made with green curry paste. And it has lots of delicious vegetables in it, like eggplant and bell peppers. Frozen blueberries are good though. Nature's ice cream. I'm green. Bubbly bubble boing. Okay. To continue on. Her likes. Her likes are karaoke, sleeping, doing comedy skits, divination, mysteries, and being strong. Her dislikes are milk and society. This feels like I'm on one of those dating shows and I'm like reading the biography of like an eligible bachelorette. Her special skills are singing the Family Guy theme song extremely fast and shape-shifting into a harp seal at will. And this is her extremely deep lore. Her like summary, her lore summary. If they're big. I'm sorry, when people tell me not to do the seal noises, I have to do the seal noises. I can't hold it in. If she had a wiki page, this would be on her wiki page. So, the creature called Nyanners was summoned into the world one day as a wandering spirit who possessed various vessels when in need of a physical form. By harnessing the energy of her followers, she finally assumed the form of a non-threatening pink anime cat girl. Her ultimate goal is to become an idol who will charm fans across the planet with her pure and benevolent heart. Upon her debut, she... Oh, I didn't finish that part! Because it didn't happen yet. And here's some other, like, miscellaneous blurbs. Nyanners has human ears in addition to the fully functioning cat ears on top of her head. Although, rumor has it that the human ears do not function normally, and instead can only hear the sounds of unfathomable things that are not meant to be heard. She does not have a tail, but she can grow one. However, it will shrivel up and fall off after a few days. Her clothes are gamer style. A streamlined and comfort-oriented fashion meant for optimized gaming. Despite her appearance, her boobs are actually very huge and can give people concussions. This may also be the cause of Nyanners' brain damage. Ow. Yeah, that's her bio. I also made a little, like, character card for her that I think I'm gonna post on Twitter tomorrow, but I'll give you a little preview of it right now. A little sneak peek. I don't even know if this will be easy to read at this distance. But we will see. This right here. This is her character bio thingy. You'll notice that the name box is empty. Because another thing I was working on was, like, over the last, like, week or so, I've been working with people in the Discord to come up with, like, a first and last name for this character. And when I first talked about it, I confused people a lot, and I feel really bad about that. Because they thought that I meant that I was, like, changing my channel name and everything, but that's not what I meant. But, I just thought that since, like, a lot of YouTubers have, like, actual character names, and I never actually, like, formally named my original character Do Not Steal Cat Girl thing. I just always called her Nyan for short. So I took some suggestions from people for names that are, like, Nyanners adjacent, like they involve the word Nyan or Nyanners in some capacity, or like some, like, pun on Nyanners. And I took a bunch of suggestions like that, and I made a little, like, Google form poll where people ranked them, and then I had it narrowed down to, like, 9, I think, 9 or 10. And there's another poll going on right now. If you want to vote on that Nyancina, I think that would be copyright breaking. Yeah, there's a poll of, like, the narrowed down suggestions that people made. And I guess I should just, like, paste it in the chat right now for anyone who wants to vote. Neon Diesel. Neon Wick! And this is all, like, for fun. Like, I'm not gonna expect people to address me as whatever name gets the popular vote. It's just gonna be like a, this is the name of my VTuber character. Cause people, like, I'm still gonna be Yulia. People are still gonna call me Yulia or Nyanners, cause those are both my names. But yeah, I just thought it would be like very like would close the circuit. It'd be like a nice like complete enveloping thing to have like a formal VTuber name. So here's the poll. You can vote on it if you want. And I'll have it open until tomorrow, and then I think I guess I could like after tonight make another poll, and then tomorrow I'll poll people again for the third thingy, third round. Cause there were a lot of names. And a lot of them are very similar, because basically what I did was I took suggestions on like nya names that people liked, and then I made a big like Google Doc with them, like the first names and then the last names, and then I like showed everybody like here's the like stuff that I made based on your suggestions. What do you think would be good combinations of these names? And then they like took them and made combinations that they thought sounded good, and I wrote those down, and then I took those and I made a poll with those. Yeah, the super long one is really good. It can be shortened to just Nyan. Yeah, the third. I like how the third has like so many implications behind it. Yeah, a lot of them have like a very strong VTuber vibe. The really long one with the third at the end was actually suggested by God, they changed their name in the chat, but someone who's like in the stream a lot, who changed their name to Akira Fiskiyama. They suggested that one. It was a very good suggestion. There are no one or two. I ate them. Oh, MILF Cat Girl. I like the idea that like when I was using other like anime girl avatars to stream with, that was just like a horrible demonic spirit possessing anime girl bodies. The Shoko anime girl is gonna wake up after I'm done streaming with her and be like, "Huh, what happened for the last few months?" Oh, the long one can be shortened with Nyakone. That's so clever. Like being John Malkovich. Oh god. I need to refill my water bottle. I'm gonna go do that. Oh yeah, I made like a fancy like thanks for watching screen too. Where did I save that? And it has art by the very talented and cute Kairui featured on it. This right here. That I can switch to when I end the stream. And it just feels so nice. I'm so proud of myself, but the art is really, really cute. Thank you so much, Kaidu, even though you're definitely not here. I hope my like words reach her, like they go through the heavens and she just like sneezes somewhere out there, like because she like subconsciously heard me praising her art. But I'm so proud of myself for putting this together, like, I like made this background with the little stars and the clouds on it, and I was like, yeah! That's so cute! I see it and I want to scream. Open your free. Yeah, I can't delete this VOD, because if I do, then Kairi will never be able to hear me praising her. And that would be the end of the world. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my water bottle, and then I'm gonna come back and wrap up the stream, because it's almost 10 p.m. for me, and it's super late. I'm so surprised that so many of you stuck around so long for this really late stream. Although I bet, like, the European viewers are really happy right now. I'm so sorry that my streaming schedule is very inconvenient for those of you in that time zone. I'm so sorry. Alright, I'll be right back. Water time. Woo! I'm back. I'm so nervous for tomorrow. I hope it goes well. I'm sure it'll be fine no matter what, but it's such a big thing because I'm unveiling this new exciting thing, and I'm sure there's people looking forward to it, so I hope I don't mess it up. Just have tons of technical difficulties. Still kind of up in the air about the exact time of the stream. I'm hoping to stream around 2 p.m. PDT Pacific time, but it's kind of uncertain right now with because I don't know when the maintenance guy is gonna come. He was supposed to come today. I waited all day today for him to come fix my refrigerator. All of my food went bad. I'm really peeved about that. And tomorrow, I hope they come before 2 p.m. because if they don't, I might have to postpone the stream because I don't know, like, if I'm streaming and then the maintenance guy comes, I have to stop the stream and go talk to the maintenance person and tell them what's going on with my stream, my refrigerator. Guest appearance. But worst case scenario, I'll just stream like I did tonight. I'll do like a late, like after 5 p.m. PST stream, and it'll be alright. Hopefully that won't be too late for everyone, but at least that way more Europeans might be able to stay and watch. At least some of them. If I stream like really late, like till like 10, they might be able to catch it. The tracking switches the model over to. Oh no, the maintenance guy is piloting my anime avatar. I thought that was so funny when I was talking to the live 2D specialist people, they referred to like animating the avatar as piloting it, like it's a mech that you get into. Get in the anime avatar, Shinji. I loved it. They were so helpful though. They were so thorough with me every step of the way to make sure that they got it exactly how I wanted it. They were always like asking me questions about things that I never even like considered or thought of. Just like super detailed and thorough. I loved it. It was a wonderful experience. My throat hurts from crying. What have I done? I wonder which name will win the popular vote though. We shall see. I'm gonna look at the results right now. Oh god, the really long one. We got Yatasha Kotoba Neru the third. And then Yatasha Nyanners, which is also a really strong contender. Basically all the ones with like Nyanners in them to some degree. In my IMO are the best. Also I really love, I'm like super partial to Yatasha because it's like a real name with like Nyanners added into it, injected in. The third. It's such a Russian sounding name too. Well, I mean it is literally Russian, but it's like aggressively Russian. Yatasha. Kotoba means cat. I was so pleased with myself when I was like, whatever your last name is cat in Russian. God, I can't wait to show you all the avatar in action though. It's gonna be so hype. I can't wait to see all the Pog champs when I open her mouth for the first time and making human sounds come out of it. When I open it and then a bunch of bees come out and swarm everybody. Yeah, the third part is a good touch. Yeah, that's... I also thought it was a funny pun when I put that in there as like one of the name suggestions. Cause like it means cat in Russian, but if you say it in Japanese, you say it like kotoba. So it sounds like words. So it's like, it's... it fits. It fits. If it fits, I sit. Word cat. Also, another one that I'm proud of is I made like a version of Nyanners that's like Nyanneru, which is like Nyan plus Neru, and Neru in Japanese means like laying down and sleeping. Gave myself a pat on the back for that one. And it rhymes with Channeru. Nyanneru Channeru. Naruto. Nyandoru Nyandoru. Remember the strange group of Russian people who were really infatuated with the rabbit girl from Space Jam? Was it that character or was it someone else? Yeah. Nyanneru Channeru. Gadget. It was Gadget. Oh, Gadget Hackrens. I got her mixed up with Lola. Lola Bunny. Who is also very hot. I was having a conversation with some people from the Discord about like cartoon characters that we thought were like weirdly hot when we were kids, or that we had crushes on. Everyone brings up the bunny from Space Jam. Yeah, the girl from Roger Rabbit, Jessica Rabbit. She's not even weirdly hot though, like she is hot on purpose. Adam Nyan player? No! Uncut Nyans. Oh no, that sounds so wrong! Danny Phantom was your awakening? I can understand that. God, I have this in common with like one of my friends, but when I was little, I really wanted to be either John Smith from Pocahontas. Like, this sounds so bad, because like, in hindsight, as like an adult, that movie is so bad, but like as a kid, I loved Pocahontas, the Disney movie. I had like a birthday cake themed after Pocahontas. But watching that movie as an adult, it's like, ooh, I can't believe this movie got made. But when I was a kid, I wanted to be John Smith so that I could date Pocahontas. And I also really wanted to be Aladdin so that I could date Jasmine. Because I had such big crushes on them when I was little. I also really love Megara from Hercules. Like, she was like my weakness when I was little. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think I have good taste. Meg! She's still so good. Like, she is S tier. I loved the villain from Kim Possible when I was little. What's her name again? It was like She something. Shigo. Was it Shigo? Shigo. She's a bombshell. I want to be her. God, Hercules is another movie, like, it's not bad for the reasons that Pocahontas was kind of bad, but it's like, wasn't a very good Disney movie, but I still love it and like think it's like one of my favorite Disney movies to watch. Because there was a lot of passion put into that movie. Like, they were having so much fun with that movie. Oh, there's a car honking. I also liked Raven. I wanted to be like Raven. I really wanted a friend like Starfire. No, I didn't want to be John Smith because I thought like he was like hunky or good or anything. I wanted to be like in his position is more what I mean. So that I could date the Disney character. I wanted to be Aladdin so that I could take Jasmine on a magic carpet ride. God, like, what were they thinking when they made Pocahontas? Like, I can't believe. God, I loved that movie when I was a kid, though. A little garbage. Can someone please commission an artist to have Nyanners simultaneously motorboating Pocahontas, Jasmine, and Meg? No! 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 I'm too old for that. Oh god. Maybe just Meg. I can motorboat Meg. Oh, Kita from Atlantis was really good too. And the military lady, oh! Oh, Chell, is it Chell or Shell? From El Dorado. She wasn't just like really cute, she had like, I just loved her as a character. She was a really like well-rounded character. As funny as that sounds. Okay, I'm gonna start like thinking all of these alerts that have happened for the past like 3 hours. Oh my god. You didn't see El Dorado? You should. We should do like a sub movie night and I can make everyone watch El Dorado. Is that illegal? To stream a movie like that? Oh yeah. Thank you, Metal. Thank you, Literal Garbage. Thank you, Armando440. Thank you, Surson. Thank you, Renrim. Thank you. Thank you, Nepya. I have to hiccup. I'm sorry. Thank you. Age sent some bits and said, Kum now. Wow. Thank you, Blockiest Mango. Thank you, Spicy Son of Ian. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sage Aaron. Sorry, my chair keeps making fart noises. Thank you, Kevin A6, for resubscribing. Thank you, Speakoli. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting all those subs. Thank you. Thank you, Shikels, for subscribing. Thank you, Raging Math, for those bits. And the incredibly nice message. Oh god, all these happened during the depressing talk. Thank you. Thank you, over 9,000 powers. Thank you, Oxedu24. Thank you, Mac093. Thank you for watching the comfy content. Thank you, Doctagon, for resubscribing. Thank you for being a member of the Covenant of Cringe. Your blood is mine. Thank you, Wheels of Lightning. Thank you, Raging Math. Oh! Hey Nyanners, I hope you're doing well, and I'm wondering, did you manage to get yourself that portable AC you so deserve? I did! I forgot to mention! I'm not really feeling the effects right now because I have my door closed, because I do that whenever I stream for noise reasons. But, oh my god! Thanks to like everyone who donated like a bunch, like a ridiculous amount of money during my birthday stream, I got a portable AC. Because that was the only kind of AC that I'm allowed to have in this apartment. And I was so worried that because of all the stuff I've read about how inefficient they are, that it would not work and it wouldn't be very good. But oh my god, it's so good! It cools down my room so fast and so well. I think I made it like a little more efficient by... What I did was I took some advice from some people who said stuff in like reviews and people on just like forums talking about portable ACs, and I got some like insulation wrap stuff to put on the little tube that goes out onto into the window, because the tube gets really hot because all the hot air is going out through it and out through the window, and that can heat up the room a little bit. if it's not insulated properly. So I insulated it, and it seems to make it work a lot more efficiently. But yeah, not only does it cool my bedroom where I sleep, but I noticed yesterday it was like 80 degrees yesterday, which is prime temperatures for my apartment to get super, super, super hot. It turned into a sauna in this whole place. I hate it so much. But with my air conditioner running with the bedroom door open, it cooled off my whole apartment. Like, not like severely, like my bedroom was still the coolest of all, like any room in my apartment. But having the door open and having like a fan circulating the air through the place made the average temperature go way down. And it was like livable. It was livable in there. Like I could walk around and not be sweaty, and I felt so good. And I've been able to sleep so well during like hot nights. I turn on my air conditioner and it's like a freezer in there. I can sleep with multiple blankets. Oh god, thank you so much everyone for supporting me and watching the stream and stuff, because of you I was able to get that air conditioner. Thank you. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. It's been so much more comfortable in my apartment during the hot weather. I really, really can't thank you all enough. I'm so happy that I finally have a solution to my heat problems. I can escape into my nice, freezing cold bedroom. But yeah, back to the thinking spree. Super Fox, thank you for subscribing like 2 hours ago. I'm just catching up to you now. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sonone, for that donation and that really nice message. Thank you. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I agree. I'm building up my armor and I'm ready to go into battle. But like not like a violent battle. It's like a positivity battle. Kill him with kindness. Ah! Thank you, Lord Coffee Table, the Lord of the Coffee Table. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you, Waiting for Pugot, for that donation. I don't know what this message says. It says, dang ol' woo. What? What? Thank you so much for that donation. Thank you, Foul Wolf. Thank you, Zalgo. Mental healing is comfy. I hope, like, despite the really depressing topics that were covered in this stream, it needed to be talked about. I needed to get it out there. It was important, you know. But I hope, like, I really hope I didn't make anyone feel bad or like uncomfortable. I would really hate that. I hope like we can all like come together from this and experience healing. And thank you all for listening to all of that. Yeah. Thank you, Cold Corvid. Thank you, Poodle Doodles, for gifting a sub to Foster Chair. Thank you, Crimson Hollow. They said, thank you for just being you, Yulia. Thank you. Thank you for that donation. And thank you, Serum X. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Serum X. Oh god. I didn't see this when you sent this because I was probably like sobbing and getting snot everywhere, but Serum X donated $69. Thank you. I appreciate that so much and I feel really guilty. But thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's okay to be immature and laugh at poo-poo and pee-pee. You're valid, Sierra. Thank you, and 60 for those bits. And they said, I hope you feel better. Your music, what you do in general. I'm not the only one who can say that. You do a great job. Take it easy. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, UJJ. Thank you, Ben Fanin. Thank you, Soul Desu. Thank you, Quiddy23. Oh god, Quiddy23 was in here! I'm still so starstruck. Thank you, Ooh, for gifting all those subs. Thank you so much. That's super nice of you. Thank you, ZackAttack157. Thank you, Wump. Thank you, Y Johan. Thank you, Coffee Bro. And Coffee Bro said, remember, should the cabin lose pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the overhead area. Please place the mask over your own mouth and nose before assisting others. AKA, take care of yourself when the shit hits the fan. That's a very good thing to think about. Thank you. That sounded so sarcastic. I didn't mean it in that way. It's like a good metaphor. Thank you. Thank you. Vaxed8 for resubscribing. Thank you, Stalker Rocker. Thank you so much, and thank you for this incredibly cute art. I keep staring at it, and my face hurts from smiling. Thank you, I'm an emo kid 99. Thank you, Armadian. Thank you, Lols. Aww. They said, hey pal, it says alerts are off and that's cool. Just hope whenever you read this that you have a great night, day, and your hair looks nice, and don't forget to stay hydrated in this hot summer. Same to you, chat. Thank you for that super nice message. Thank you, Adela Lewis. They said, it's hard putting yourself out there. Don't be too hard on yourself for having to take a break. Everyone needs to let steam off every once in a while. Much love. Thank you. Thank you. On 60 rules bits. I'm hyped to see the new avatar. Congratulations. Ooh. I'm hyped to show the new avatar. I'm gonna throw up. I'm so excited. But like in a cute way. Thank you, Dosby, for resubscribing. They said, my pussy is fine, just kind of scratchy. I'm not gonna explain the context behind that. Actually, I will. So, God, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about. I was talking in the Discord server, and people were like making jokes and like typing the word pussy a lot. And I had just came back from a really long recording session or something. I think it was either the recording session or like the karaoke stream that I did for like 8 hours, and my throat was completely butchered. But I was reading through the chat with people making jokes about pussy and stuff, and someone saw me and they were like, oh, hey, is your throat doing any better? And I meant to type, oh, my throat is fine, just kind of scratchy. But as I was typing that, I read someone saying the word pussy. And what I typed instead, as the wires in my brain got crossed, was, my pussy is fine, just kind of scratchy. And everybody took a screenshot of it. I'll never be able to live this down. I'm being cyberbullied. Anyway, thank you, Theoremex, for resubscribing. Thank you, absolutely, Ringo, for resubscribing. Nyanpog taxes. This is the content I come for. I did my taxes this week. Are you proud of me? I put it off until the exact last minute because I was dreading it so much, but I sat down and I did it, and it took like an hour. After all of that agonizing over it. Thank you, QQ Spooku, for resubscribing. Thank you, Mithras. Thank you, Caldwin7978. Thank you, Crimson Hollow. Thank you, BlinksTG. Thank you, The Only Cookie Gamer. Thank you, Mio94. Oh, I'm caught up! I already read all of these. But thank you, everyone who I previously thank you too. Oh no, did you just... It happened again! I have paid the FAP tax. Oh, there's more that happened while I was getting caught up. Thank you so much, Wolfmat. Is it Wolfmat? Wolfmat. Thank you for subscribing, and welcome to the Covenant of Cringe. Thank you, Joey Hotz, for subscribing. Welcome to the Covenant of Cringe also. Thank you, Hero Papaya, for resubscribing. The Jeff Bezos bathroom fun. Thank you. Thank you, Tree Beatree, for resubscribing. Thank you, Thomas and Tootie, for resubscribing. They said poo poo and pee pee. Oh, bathroom tile. Thank you for resubscribing. I've been making a Posy Vibes drawing for you during the stream. Hold on, I'm trying to copy and paste this link, but it's not letting me. Can someone put it in the chat? I can't select text that's in the mini feed on Streamlabs. I want to see the drawing. Oh, thank you. Oh my god! What the hell? This is so cute too! You guys are gonna kill me with cute art! I'm so mad! Why do you do this to me? Are you kidding me? Bathroom tile, you made this? I'm sorry I sound so like it's so unbelievable, but the work that I've seen from you is like really good, but at the same time the only things I've seen you make are like, you made a freaking like a VR chat avatar that was like literal feces, like a person made out of feces. You made like a horrifying, super hyper realistic silkworm. And you made those like really like cool Dark Souls drawings and stuff. It's like the art that I've seen from you is just like really good, but like horrifying. But then I look at this and it's just like, this is so pure and cute. The range. You have amazing range. Pee pee poo poo. Pee pee poo poo. The duality of man. He also made a VR chat avatar that's like diva farting. Thank you for all this extremely cute, wonderful art. I love it all so much. No, keep the speech bubble. I love it. It just captures the essence so well. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for the art. I keep looking at this art, like all of this art, and I feel like I'm gonna cry. Ah. I would be like extremely happy, like if anyone wants to make art, if you just like, you could just like at me on Twitter with it or something. and I'll retweet it from you and scream at you for making art. That's what you can do. I always like love it when I see people make art for me. It's so good. It's such a pure, wholesome feeling. A fan art tag? Is that like a thing? I'm such a boomer. I have no idea how Twitter stuff works. Johnny Test X Nyanners episode 2. Where will they go? They have hashtags for fan art? Does it have to be like something? Can it just be like the name? I'll have to come up with one that like that makes sense. Nyan art. Oh, it's like fan art, but nyan art. True, that's like too good. It seems like someone might also be using that. We will see. Nyan fart. I'm so clueless about, like, I feel so out of touch with Twitter stuff. Cause I don't use it that much outside of like announcing stuff for streams and like tweeting stupid things that pop into my head. And I have like a personal account that I use mainly for looking at cute art and stuff. Twitter's kind of scary. Oh my god, you're right. It's Out of Touch Thursday. Yeah, I need a name for my followers if I'm going full VTuber. I've been trying so hard to come up with something like that. Maybe, should I do another poll for something like that too? Cause I have a name for my subs. They're in the Covenant of Cringe. Gosh, I don't know. I need to think of something like that incorporates the lore a little, but is like kind of funny, but also cute. I kind of wanted to go all the way with it ever since I started streaming with the 2D avatars, and like VTubing became like a thing increasingly, but in the last like year or so I'd been using just like default avatars with art that wasn't my art. Just like default avatars from FaceRig or just like stuff from the Steam workshop that people put up. Yeah, I was inspired by the Annoying Orange. But I didn't have a legit avatar, so I didn't feel right just like calling myself a VTuber. But now that I have a legit avatar, I can go all the way with it and have like a whole VTuber thing going on. But I promise you, the streams will still be as they were, but a little more a little more official. I'm still gonna have my every stream foot talk, every stream pee talk. I used to be like one of the people whose only exposure to VTubers was like Kizuna Ai or the Annoying Orange. But in the last this last year, I've been getting more and more familiar with a bunch of them, cause like a lot of them are getting really big and like blowing up on Twitter and stuff. I think my favorite is probably Korone. I like Korone and I like Lucia. I think those are my favorites. As far as the Japanese VTubers go. Fappy hands. Who doesn't like Coronin? Like, she's just a pure force of good. Dogs are good. Dogs and cats. You can't go wrong with dogs and cats. Oh yeah, Iron Mouse is my favorite English VTuber. Ah. Don't tell her I said that. I'm too embarrassed. Dogs are pogs. Dog champ. Okayu is really good too. So many VTubers have the cutest designs ever. Like, it makes me want to rip my hair out. I see them and I'm like, oh, why are you so cute? It's not fair. We could raid her. Okay, what if we raid her and you could all say that she's my favorite English YouTuber? I mean, VTuber. Oh god, I'm so nervous! I'm ready, but I'm also nervous. Like, this is a new era, and I'm so happy that you're all, like, excited for me, and we're all just, like, huddled together, like, yeah, let's do this! Oh, she just went offline! No! Ugh. It's my fault for taking so long to end the stream. Oh, we should raid Quiddy. Yeah. Quiddy! I always get so embarrassed for myself when Quiddy comes in here when I'm in the middle of saying something really stupid and embarrassing. Because he's like a really cool streamer. And he's really good at video games. Is Wayne doing 3D woodworking? Hold on. I think if Wayne Radio TV ever became aware of my, like, existence, I would... Oh... That would make me so happy. I don't know. I don't know who to raid. Oh god. Maybe we should do it. Oh. Who do you think? Who do you think we should raid? God, I had the fan art that Stalker Ocker made open in a tab, and I switched to it, forgetting that it was open in this tab, and I almost like had a heart attack. It's so good. I seriously want to print this out and hang it up on my wall. Bathroom tile art too. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna have a fan art wall. Cause I already have a fan art folder on my computer. What would be even better is if I had like a little collage of fan art on my wall to look at and smile at when I'm feeling happy and sad. Neanderthals? I love that so much, but it's so mean. It's really funny though. Neanderthals, we're all cavemen here. We should do a caveman roleplay stream. I'm going to hit you with a rock. I'm not actually gonna do that. don't want to make anyone feel bad with the name. It's an important decision. It's like part of your VTuber brand to have a name for your followers. Very important brand brainstorming is happening right now. The little wheels in my brain are turning. Me, Pussy Scratchy. Ooh. Me need feet. Ooga booga slap. Brow. The pussies, I don't know if I can call you pussy. Why do all of you just want me to call you a mean name? Do you really want me to be a dominatrix? A dominiontrix? What is wrong with you? Emo. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Thank you, Stormrunner, for resubscribing. I joined and immediately hear you talking about feet. I'm so goddamn sorry. Thank you, Krisu, for resubscribing. Car insurance so easy, a caveman could do it. Lilith Scylla. Scylla? Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you. Okay. So, this is a very long, very late stream, but I'm so thankful for everyone who came and hung out and listened to me talk about a lot of personal, heavy stuff. Thank you so much for sticking around for that and understanding me. My heart feels full. I know that's like a cliche thing to say, but it literally feels full of like warm, nice feelings. And I'm glad I did this, because now I can move on to a new era with my new Avatar debut stream. Full speed ahead with nothing but good feelings and a full heart. Full, like a used diaper. Exactly! No! Ah! Oh my god, I love that you called me king. Why does that make me feel so happy? Thank you. I'm glad you like large bagel. I am doing a lot better. Like, to be honest, I was good already when I started the stream. I was just super nervous because I wasn't used to streaming because it's been a while. And I was about to talk about heavy stuff, which is always hard to do. But it's hard not to cry when you talk about stuff like that, you know? But I am doing good, and I'm doing even better now that I was able to get that off my chest and open up to you all about it. And now we can, it's like a clean slate. The slate is clean. I'm so excited for tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, thank you, Imposter Snake. Got a question for you. What's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of manga? Aren't they both a kilogram? Like, aren't they both 1 kilogram? Did I get it right? My IQ is 200! Fear me. Thank you so much. And you didn't trick me. Haha. What's heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of butt? The heaviest weights we have to lift are our feelings. But I feel like a big weight has been lifted off of me. Feels good. Pounded faster! You can't just say that. The brap's out of the way. Thank you, Endrive, for resubscribing. Can we get one more seal noise before you go? Of course! Okay, here we go. I have to channel it. It takes some time, you know, to really get the feel of the seal. I hope that was sufficient. Okay. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you. I have such a nice community. I'm so happy that I was able to talk about the stuff that I talked about. And everyone was so supportive. Thank you for that. Like, you're all so great. Thank you. Like, it was super hard to talk about that. And I'm amazed that I was even able to, but everyone was so nice. Thank you. Let's all work together to spread kindness as much as we can. All be epic to each other. We have to bloom like a flower of happiness and positivity. And I'm glad that I opened up. Like, it's embarrassing. I'm gonna go to bed and like scream into my pillow thinking about it, but I don't regret it. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really, really thankful. Like, I've worked so hard to form this kind of community where it's just centered around being kind to each other and like just having a good chill time and not being afraid to just like open up your heart, I guess. Thank you. What would you do if you screamed into the pillow and then the pillow screamed back? I would scream back at it louder. We would get into a screaming competition. Woo! Big Chungus! Oh, you go! Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching, and even if you're like you just watch and you don't type in the chat, thank you for doing that. I see you. Thank you. Even if you just like put on my stream for background noise, thank you for doing that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that I have you all. I'm so lucky. You have no idea how lucky I feel. Thank you. You are very inspiring. And tomorrow, we're gonna have a really big, exciting stream. Super nervous about it, but I'm sure it'll be great. 'Cause you're all so great. We're gonna have a fun time. And also thank you again, Soccer Hooker and Bathroom Tile, for these really cute arts. They're perfect. I love them. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully around 2 p.m. PDT Pacific time. And if not, it'll probably be at around like 5 or 6 instead, if the maintenance guy ends up not coming before 2 p.m. So yeah, I will keep you posted on Twitter in that case. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Everyone get hype and channel your energy into summoning my new final form. Go pee! Oh no! You've been holding in your pee this whole time. Thank you, and I think we're gonna raid Wayne Radio TV, so please send Wayne a nice message. Can you tell Wayne that I really love his Home Depot Fap Hero video? Like, that's one of my favorite videos that's ever been made. Like, can you all... He's offline now! First Iron Mouse and now this! Keep holding your pee. We're gonna raid Quiddy. Is Quiddy online at least? Please tell me Quiddy's still online, please. Quiddy. Yes! Okay, tell Quiddy that I love him and he's really cool. We're raiding Quiddy 23. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna have such a fun time. I'm so excited. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good B, everybody. Have a nice rest. It's so late. Holy shit. Good. Bye.